And this time I made sure to unmute.
Okay, everything's actually unmuted this time.
Let's go. Hello, everybody. How are y'all?
Playing more Goblin game.
Yeah.
Nuts and all that. Ha ha ha. Yeah.
That's so funny.
Yeah,
My emote and
I
Melis
fucking
chat.
get it. Okay. Ugh.
Our chat's cross-pollinating.
Ew.
What?
Duh.
What? It's pollination, dude. Calm down. Don't be a prude.
No. You're sick. You allow this?
It's my stream.
That's fucked up.
Let's see.
It's our stream. Okay, right now.
That's true. It's true. You know what? You're right. When you're right, you're right.
Yeah,
And you?
grow up.
You're right. All right. I want the one where, yeah, fog.
It's him. It's Styx, the nasty goblin that says nasty things.
Oh.
The nasty boy. I wish I had like a pointing pog thing, but everything look okay in the game. Visuals look okay. Yeah, we're good. Perfect.
Let's see.
Yeah, yeah. What was I gonna say? Fuck.
Team materializes to be created from his clone.
It's gone. The idea, the thought is gone. It's left me.
Don't worry, I'm right here.
You're not the thought idealist. I know you want to be, but you're not.
This, my hoe era. Presence items you cannot see up to 5 meters of reacts with the Okay.
Rex with the huh?
With a huh? With a huh? This is the present enemies when he is close to their fields. Oh, that's 170.
It's only 130. I'm just gonna grab that. Because it's better than just having. Oh, pardon me. I'm borping it today.
Oh, so, yeah.
So vile. Vile creature.
Vile creature.
Anyway, do you guys like my stream title?
You worked really hard on it, you guys.
Yeah, it took me a minute and a half to think of it. Looks at chat.
Yeah, let's just stick with the clone stuff for now. All right, hello.
Now, how do we play this game?
That's a good question. I don't know. I think we're gonna talk to Heldrin.
Oh, okay.
We could go through the door, but I'm gonna jump through this window.
He's so cool, guys.
Goblin.
I can't kiss my clone romantically, okay? I'm in a relationship.
What is this, Kirby?
I'm not your slave.
Yeah.
You're supposed to help me find that shapeshifter.
I've got some
I
information.
forgot
Liz
that the
Thrill will
audio
do a
is so
closed-door
fucked and he's
demonstration
so
to the most
loud.
important diplomats.
A private presentation for the elite?
He's
Yeah.
so fucking
You can bet our elf is gonna be there.
If you want to catch him,
I
you
thought
must
he
help
said
me get
alpha
into the
and not
sanctuary.
elf.
What stops me from dumping you here?
And I'm
Yeah,
like,
he's
no,
an.
please.
What do you got
He's
that I
giving. He's
need?
giving Omega
I have the
energy.
list of those taking part in the presentation. I wager that he'll attend the summit by impersonating a human.
Wow.
Styx is actually a
You
character.
have been busy.
Problem is that there are
Can you
4
imagine?
human diplomats. The 2 main
I'm not
kingdoms each
imagining it.
sent
I
an
guess it's
ambassador
real.
Are
with
you
his
serious?
When
This
I
guy,
find
this
out whose
this grouch of a
identity the
man,
shapeshifter is taken,
Yeah.
you'll be
this
the first to know.
walking
bodyguard. And I can then
pickle.
flush him in your direction.
All
You
right.
can't call
Sounds
goblins
good.
pickles idealist.
I even think
First
I
of
have an
all,
idea
it was
of how
it
we
was
can slip you in
strictly as his
quietly.
personality.
Well, you're built
Second,
like a troll. So if I find you the uniform of
Okay.
an elf guard, nobody'll notice you.
I'll give you a hand with your shapeshifter once I'm in Koringa.
And just how are you gonna do that?
Each thing in its own time.
Oh.
Once there, I'll see what I can find out about him. One more thing. I learned that Olaf, who used to be with Carnage, has been hired by a diplomat. That dog will no doubt remain at the door of the sanctuary and wait
Hear him.
until his master returns.
can't be seen.
So, what's that got to do with me?
I do not like traitors. Get rid of him, and you can count on some more amber.
You're starting to run up a pretty big tab here, lady. But I'll think about it.
Think about it.
You'll think about it. All right, you ready?
Yeah.
Okay. Mission 3. Diplomacy.
Mission
the Noble
3.
Quarter. I would normally read that stuff below it, but I have a feeling as soon as I start, it's just going to load.
Probably, yes.
Yeah.
No, I think I do have to hit confirm to actually.
Oh, it's fine
So
then.
if you want to go ahead.
While Styx was... I knew it. I knew you were fucking gonna do that.
Keep low.
I'm already low.
I had.
I can never tell if you're
I
sitting
knew
or
it.
standing
I
up.
knew you were gonna fucking
You
do
are
that.
fucking hilarious. I'm wondering how
stupid.
you're gonna squeeze into one of these outfits.
Such a stupid bit.
These elves are
Oh,
pretty skinny.
God.
Stand up.
Oh,
This
That's
is as
awesome.
up as I get.
Oh, God.
a classic bit.
Mm-hmm.
Do you like this one?
I'd be surprised if my dagger could penetrate the armor. We'll avoid them.
Uh-oh.
But don't
That's
worry.
actually really
I
bad
think
for
I
us.
know where I can find something that'll fit you.
That is actually...
Stylish dark elf outfit with a badge to get you into the sanctuary.
Oh.
It's like looking
Now
for
he's
an
so
assassin
quiet.
in a
Why
haystack.
Styx,
Should be
speak
quite
up
easy.
when you're in game.
Even better. I already
How
got
do
a
we
good
lose?
idea where to look.
Invisibility, clone blows up. Okay.
Hold on. What was that?
Idealist.
Cannot be killed with a dagger, but a chandelier or poison will do the job. Moreover, the body cannot be moved.
That's why the poison darts are good. Oh.
Very well, Sir
Hmm?
Okay.
Olaf. That's the deserter
use
Heled
your
was
clone.
talking about.
And
Yes.
to blow your
Take
clone
care
up,
of him with a nice
you have to,
clean cut to the jugular.
hit the
or I
left
could just
trigger and
steal
then
his
activate
pass.
the
That
clone
way,
blowing
the
up. It
dark
doesn't
elf
do it
will grab
automatically
it,
unless you have the
and
skill
it's
where it does.
bedtime for
Okay.
Bonzo.
So,
Either way, his day at the party
Good
is
to know.
over.
hearing this game
Forever.
twice?
Are you?
No. I think I was for a second, but it's fine.
Pickpocket the
What's the roll
ambassador.
button?
B? No. RB.
Are you... Okay, I'm like, B. I'm like, are you playing this on keyboard? There he goes.
Is
Remember,
that
it
heavy
said that the
armor?
armored people can't be... Yep, looks like it. Well, actually, I don't know. Go find out, King.
That was not made by and do not mock the power of this blade of this
What a
world.
good start.
Thank you. Give up. Give.
What a great start we have.
Woohoo!
He's actually getting more caught.
Woohoo!
He's getting more.
Woohoo! Ah! Hey, Duncan, I think I got caught.
That's amazing. What an incredible start to the. What if we restart the mission?
Why? It didn't really change a whole lot. Did it not?
I guess. Hey, man, what's up?
Hey, you are in the ground for me.
Oh. I'm
Yeah,
assuming you couldn't assassinate this person.
No,
absolutely wearing heavy armor.
I went behind her, and then they heard me like jump down, and then alerted it, and then I ran because I alerted them. So
She's
I do
wearing
not know.
heavy armor. So you absolutely cannot.
Okay.
What's my vision thingy? It's that button. Okay. They're like, hey, I know you've been able to crazy murder people the whole time, but what if we stopped you from doing that?
Right.
Would that be funny? We're like, I guess. Luckily, I believe we can use the clone smoke to just get away from people.
Be careful.
Well, I
So-
think at least I believe my clone smoke also can now poison.
Don't think that poison kills people though.
Mm.
I think it just gives them a tummy ache, which is not what we want. I think there's a better poison that does kill people.
Gotcha.
Oh no, they mean by poison they mean the poisoning like food poison. That's what they
Yeah.
mean. Okay.
Gotcha. You good over there?
Fine. They haven't seen me yet. What's up?
Okay. I heard someone talk and then brandish a knife, so I kind of assumed.
No, we're good.
Anything? Okay. Uh-huh.
want some pocket sand.
Classic.
There's something going on. May every harm close upon him.
Hey, I am idealist.
Yes.
You doing okay, King?
Yeah. Why do you ask?
Oh, no reason. Oh, he's gonna get me killed.
I'm not gonna get you killed.
You got me killed.
A double pepperoni pizza with extra cheese, please.
I'm sorry. Basically,
He's crazy.
I went to
He's
go
crazy.
above, and I was like, okay, cool. They walked over there, so I walked past, and it didn't even turn yellow. It just was just
They
like,
just got you.
and then, oh, okay. This wasn't even what is that over there? It was immediately dead. Okay, so they definitely level 3, huh?
Yep. This is
Okay.
where it gets serious.
Assassin and a
I see.
Quite easy.
Well, good thing I'm
I already
rusty.
got a good idea where to
We'll
look.
be fine.
We'll be fine. All right. I liked the where we went before through that room.
Wait, hear me out. Watch this. Ready?
Uh huh.
No, don't go yet. Watch this.
Huh?
That's the deserter Haledrin was talking about.
Oh, I can't
Either
throw
I
this as
take
far as I
care
want
of him
to.
with a nice clean cut to the jugular, or I could just
I
steal
want
his
to.
pass.
I want to throw the cocoon
That way,
thing really
the
far.
dark elves will grab
Mm.
it.
I don't
and
think
it's
changing the
bedtime
angle
for
switches the throw.
Bonzo.
It doesn't.
Either way,
Because I think I can
this day
teleport to the
party is
cocoon.
over.
That's right. I think you can.
Can I throw things while I'm on the rope? I cannot. Okay. Fuck.
Good to know.
But that is good to remember.
Yeah.
Because we actually have to be like sneaky.
Steal the emblem and it's a lot of. Okay.
You need to be careful what you land on. Because that makes different noises.
Yeah.
So try to land on like.
All right. I'm gonna try to
Not
go over to the embassy.
Okay. I'm gonna go that way because I think I need to go that way to go up. Well, maybe not actually. Let's see here. Goblin knit. Ha. Okay.
Okay. Are you
well,
just
now-
gonna stand there?
Uh-oh.
Oh boy.
I think I did the exact same thing you did last time.
Gotcha. What button was it to like grab the ledge when you hop off again?
That looks like an
I think it's hold
Maybe I'll
R2 and
find
walk off.
something or someone
Okay, thank you.
interesting in
Because I was like, okay, cool. I'm gonna hop over this ledge because it looks like you're heading my way, and I just jumped. I just jumped wide off into a middle of a crowd of people. Hey, how you
I got
doing?
away with it, which is awesome.
That is awesome.
I did use up a ton of amber, turning invisible there. It's
Hmm.
okay. But I think we're in a better spot.
Honestly, I think so. All right, I'm gonna try to.
I don't think we can like kill anyone here. Actually, it looks like they're almost all armored. Holy shit!
I'm gonna still
That's
try.
crazy.
It's R2 might be it.
R2 over the edges is how
Yeah.
you
Oh boy, that was a hell of a jump.
Styx is going to be talking to us a lot this round, huh?
Yeah. Oh wait, no, not at all.
I
Where'd
hate
you see
that
that?
little free.
We
Detach
are
the
those
bell.
little.
I don't want to detach the bell, though. I want to.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
All right, I'm testing something.
I wish I had like a little screen of what you're doing on my screen, so I could see. I guess I could pull up your stream, huh?
You could. Can confirm. The ones that look like they have heavy armor. There's no prompt to do anything.
Yep. I think
So.
that's all of them.
Not all of them, but most of them. There, I see a handful that aren't.
Okay, yeah. There's one up by you that just walked past to your left that does not have heavy armor.
Yeah.
got a chandelier here I can drop on somebody. The thing is, I don't need to get caught. Or like kill anyone right now.
Yeah, no, me neither.
Looks at the mercy button thing and it's like, he's dead. And I just fucked up. I hit the roll button instead of the throw sand button.
Ah, classic blunder.
Yeah, the classic is blunder. Glad our little goblin dude has some fucking ups.
Right. Alright, I don't see anybody.
If I go through this place carefully enough, I'm bound to track down a uniform for that big gal. Feels like I'm out
Gal.
Oh gosh.
for Heledrin. I fucking hate shopping.
Good.
Yeah. I was in a room and then they walked into it. When I was like, I could hide in that closet, and I turned around to look at the door frame and someone was in the door frame.
Oh god. I don't have a good.
I might do something funny. You ready?
Sure, man.
I shouldn't have asked. I should have just done it. I was gonna see if I was gonna throw off the edge to the people. You turning around ruined it.
Careful here.
Okay.
You know what's really funny
What?
and unfortunate? This
What?
would be a good level to have the poison or the acid to kill.
To kill?
Rubari's
Yeah,
with.
yeah. No, like
Yeah.
I was sitting here, I was like, man, I miss having all my poison, dude.
Turns out the thing you were doing, we just weren't on the levels that would be good for it. Huh?
Right.
Interesting. Make sure you make some cocoons.
Yeah, I just made some.
I'm just gonna make a
Poison?
A little green
stuff out of my
hot
pockets.
sauce is not bad. For me, at least.
Okay. We're in the room. What are we doing over here?
Come take a look. You can ring my bell.
Oh, don't say it like that.
What are we, huh?
He said, he's like, come ring my bell.
Oh my. 1 second. I've got a bot that needs to die.
It's not made by any cockroach.
Die, bozo.
This
What a
one,
loser.
Look at what he did.
Do you think it pays well to have bot accounts go to low Twitch viewer Twitch chats and just like do nothing?
I think it's something that you can tell like advertisers, like, hey, I get blank amount of views per whatever.
No, not botting.
Oh,
Trying to sell
botting?
botting with bots. Yeah.
Nothing.
Like,
I mean,
go-
what did you expect
go
them
to
to do it by hand? No,
Streamboo.com.
their whole thing is about botting, so
Get
they're gonna
some
use that.
bots so you can be a big guy. So you can be a big dude. You like being a big dude?
Just a shadow.
What the fuck?
Oh god, okay, that's underneath me. All right, that's fine.
Steam baths. Never taken myself.
Emblem.
Unless elves
Hell yeah.
bathe with their clothes on, I should be able to steal a
Unless
uniform
elves
without
bathe
too
with
much
their
fuss.
clothes
I remember the last time I took a bath. It was in an amber lake. Let's just say it didn't work out too well. Since then,
Did
Now
not
idealist.
absorb our
Yo,
The cast of seal are
I
calling
don't
upon
know
our
if
inner
there's going
reserves
to
of
be
calm,
nudity in this
so they
game.
can resist killing these monsters.
don't know either. We'll see.
Leoge, How we regret
So,
not being able to hang and
It
bleed
would
in
not
ourselves.
shock
an
me.
elite guard. Perfect. The big cow should be able to slip it on without a problem.
Styx, don't be a misogynist. You're better than that. Maybe not.
Maybe not. All right. I might get caught here. We'll see. No, wait, wait. Hold. Oh, dang it.
Where's the ambassador? Below me. Okay.
Reign of Viscera.
Oh, son of a... I was
Viscera
pincered.
is at peace.
I should have just gone for it.
This is your reminder that you have invisibility.
I didn't even see the other person.
Just got caught.
I went around a corner and then they grabbed me through the wall by my throat and slid it.
There's
Hey,
an
what's up?
intruder. Keep your eyes open.
Oh, we're on the other side. It's fine. Good job.
Working out.
I killed the ambassador.
I'm proud of you.
Sure
I'm gonna go back in here. Into the bats.
Looks like all these lunatic dark elves were
One more job to add to Haledron's tally.
Okay, apparently I
She's starting
didn't
to
kill
run
the
up a pretty
guard
Big tab here.
that was right under that poison barrel I dropped. So that's cool.
Good to know.
Beanie. Hey man, what's up?
Not much. Careful.
Fuck me.
Destroy him.
I got caught. I got caught. I got caught.
I'm sure she's
I
gonna
You
took
got me.
armor.
You
I
got
got
me
caught.
up. You got 100%.
Oh,
You got me
everyone got
killed.
alerted in here.
Yes.
There's no way. There's no good way out.
Oh. Somehow I got away. I don't know how, but I got away.
Oh. That's funny. Oh. No.
Well,
No.
You will bleed.
cheater! Cheater!
Be careful.
He's gonna talk
Let's
to
make a
us.
deal.
Yeah,
You
yes.
stop killing me, and I won't tell anyone what you did with that apple pie.
I don't even like apple pie.
I was
He's implying you didn't eat it,
I,
idealist.
what? What is it? What could you possibly do with the apple pie if you aren't eating it?
I'll
Mm-hmm.
tell you when you're older.
Oh, thank you. Well, I can't wait. One day.
You'll literally have to. So.
What?
Anyway, start the mission again.
I'll have to. Wait a minute.
Yeah, you'll have to get older. You'll have to wait.
Oh, I thought I meant I would have to like experience it. I'm like, excuse me?
No.
It's like, is this a rite of passage that I miss?
Around here.
No.
Make sure that nobody gets too close. Very well, Sir Olaf.
Oh.
Olaf. That's the deserter Haledron was talking about. Either I take care of him with a nice clean cut to the jugular, or I could just steal his pass.
Okay, game. I'm
That
gonna
way,
need you to
the
work
dark
with me
elf
here.
will
Stop
grab
jumping on the
her,
rope.
And it's bedtime for Bonzo.
Okay, this game might get
Either
me
way,
killed.
His
Okay,
day at
come
the
on.
party is over. Forever.
Okay, alright, good.
I'm sneak maxing.
I'm also sneak maxing.
It's a little scary. There we go.
If I go through this place carefully enough, I'm bound to track down a
Okay.
uniform for that big gal. Feels like I'm out clothes
I'm in the
shopping
closet.
for Haledron.
Don't take that out of
I
context.
fucking hate shopping.
You don't gotta be, man. It's
It's 2026.
2026. You can just, live your life.
Okay, so why did they walk in here in the first place before? Okay, let's just assume they're not gonna be.
There's an intruder. Keep your eyes open.
This armor is too worn out. The image of the Castasiel must not be tarnished in the eyes of strangers. They keep the uniforms upstairs. There's probably some armor.
Thank you for the intel. Now die!
Friend Idealist is fucked up.
Only when I play goblins. take
My
that
friend
as you will.
Idealist is fucked up.
But Idealist is racist against goblins.
No, I did not say that.
There you go.
Nice.
Alright, let's actually pick you up.
I'm waiting. I'm being patient.
Hmm? Oh. I was like, what am I doing? What do you need me for?
No, you're fine.
Yeah. So. Just hide in the bodies. Don't mind me.
I'm killing a man.
Nice. There we go.
He's just, you got a little drunk or whatever.
Oh, okay. A little tipsy. A little tipsy in the club.
Mm-hmm. Huh. So I can get down there. Interesting.
Okay, let's see here. What's on the other side?
There
of this?
is a strat where you like use your clone to scout, and if the clone gets caught and they kill the clone, they're like, "Goblin's dead," and they don't like go and get us.
That's funny.
Be something we start trying more.
Oh, thank God I looked through that hole. Oh. You have no reason to look in this closet, right? Ha ha ha. Just sweats.
Can like, do you think the clone can poison things?
Maybe.
I don't know how to get. I mean,
Oh, make
Make a
more. Make a couple.
control
more.
the clone.
Okay, raw amber. That's an unstable spore.
One more
Anything
job
else?
to Heledrin's tally. She's starting to run up a pretty big tab here.
I mean, I want to take her out, but she's wearing heavy armor.
I've obtained the ambassador's badge.
Hell yeah.
I did the cheesy thing. I threw a clone down there. I smoke bombed the clone, and then, you know, I killed him.
Nice. I think I need to wait till she decides
There's
to.
the emblem. Yes. Like I thought there was an emblem over here. Okay.
A ranger's uniform. I'm
Some
sure
of
she's
the
gonna
guards
love
are
this.
talking in like Dario for some reason.
That's funny.
They're like double audioing themselves. It's fine. It's just weird. It might be like the heavy armor effect. They're trying to. Yeah, I think they're trying to have an echo effect from like a heavy helmet, and it just sounds fucking weird.
Interesting.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Okay, so we got the ambassador ticket.
Oh, I picked up something.
We
I don't know what it
got
was.
the outfit, I believe is what you grabbed from the bathhouse.
Oh, I didn't know she goes all went all the way
Maybe.
over here. Ooh.
Did you already go to the bathhouse?
We died, so I don't think it saved what we did over there.
Interesting. It's not like a. Maybe we need to get closer over there first to be like, oh, there's a bathhouse. Yada yada. Okay, I'll go over there. I don't have a really good way to
Okay.
get.
Oh, this sucks.
Yeah.
Huh. So we need to go all the way over to the emblem, huh? Normally I would kill these people, but I can't do
I got lucky. It wasn't me.
I wonder if they will drink any. If I poison something, will they just miraculously want something to drink? Or does their rotation need to have drinking involved?
I think they have like a innate timer somewhere.
All I can say is that I'm in a place where it's gonna be a bit of a hassle getting to.
Sadly, that's this whole level because they expect us to know what we're doing.
How dare they?
And we don't really know what we're doing.
Damn.
Get through the window! Oh, come on! I'm gonna be diced meat about a second.
Goblin tastes good? Probably not.
No. I think it would be gamey.
Really? You think they're eating a lot of plants and like?
Okay, what do you think? What do you think a raccoon would taste like?
Not gamey, but not good. I don't know.
I don't know either. So equivalent to a raccoon is how I would describe it.
Interesting. Afraid I'm gonna kill this guy over by the bath here when he turns around, and then I'm gonna get like killed.
Surprise.
I hate idealists.
The bathhouse is actually pretty decent. There's like 1 or 2 rotations, but that was about
Get
it.
out of the pot.
There's a person behind you, by the way.
That's fine. It's not fine, by the way. I need to hide this body. I don't need to hide this body. I have 1 vial of acid on me.
Heavy armor heading down towards you.
I'm in a toilet.
Okay, cool.
Normal sentence. Okay, you're free to get into the bathhouse.
That looks like an altar. Maybe I'll find something or someone interesting.
Strangers is becoming hard
Haledrin
to
said
bear.
that the priestesses have
I-
special embassy badges that allow them access to a
I'm
sanctuary.
gonna leave you to do the bathhouse thing, and
Okay.
I'm gonna go do the other part. I just need this
The humans are sun-obsessed parasites, and the
heavy armor
dwarves.
person to
Do
leave.
not deserve
Okay.
our respect. The Castasiel are calling upon their inner reserves of calm, so they
They
can
already
resist
walked past me
killing
like
these
crazy.
monsters.
Christ.
I'm gonna do something really risky.
ourselves and watch their foul blood flow.
If Literal wishes this gathering, then it must also be
Do it.
ours. Preserve us!
It's very funny that they were just like, hey, remember all the people you murdered and were murdering and planning on murdering? Yeah. You just can't do that anymore, King.
I guess the armor did count.
Huh.
Because I'm near it, but there's nothing. It looks like it's something I can interact with.
Is it on our like objectives? Huh.
Your blood will soon run.
Weird.
Surely you wouldn't check this closet.
Uh-huh.
Well, they checked the closet in front of me. That's not a good sign.
By what magic? Judge!
And I'm dead.
The enemies are neutralized. This death
So yeah, I guess we did get it, just for some reason, even though everyone was still alive. That or the game bugged. Hey,
What's up, man?
not much.
We'll see.
Yeah, you shot.
I imagine it's probably fine. I think we probably I think maybe because it got picked up as we were dying, it like glitched out a little bit.
Or maybe it counted like a checkpoint.
Yeah, it's fine. A kind of a checkpoint, but like a fake checkpoint.
Careful, there's a person to the left. One person just went to the right, but I can't see them anymore. So I'm tempted to go, but yeah, I'm actually tempted to go. Okay. Alright.
Return to your
Well, what do
position.
you know?
The
Here's
summit
an embassy
approaches,
priestess
and
complete
only
with a
authorized
beautiful badge
Castaseal may
allowing
guard the
access to the
sanctuary.
diplomatic
Oh, I'm gonna
summit.
die here.
I really gotta
Guards are
talk to the
wearing the
writer. Some of
authorization
these
badge will
coincidences
be
are getting
A
really
lot of people are talking.
Writer.
be there. The presence of
Styx is
these
breaking the fourth wall
human
again.
parasites
Ah,
within
classic
our
Styx.
walls does little to
He says
reassure
the
me.
darndest things.
There we go. This badge will give High Mountain Haledrin a front row seat at the diplomatic
Nice.
summit. Meanwhile, the coastal
Yep, there it is.
shifting scumbag.
I went into the area to steal it. There were like two people talking that were facing each other, and I'm like, I'm gonna die here. There are 0 blind spots for me to get into this.
Hey, but you got it.
I got it. Hi. I'm your sacrificial clone.
Hey, man. And again, I think this is why we're not getting co-op in the next one, sadly.
Yeah, but I think it's better for it.
I think it's funnier. It's absolutely funnier. Is it good for game design? No. This is a completely different game in co-op.
The Robies are really producing a lot at this moment.
What?
We
does
can
that
be
mean?
proud of that.
The other races despise them and
Oh, there's a guy
hunt them.
behind there. That's
What a
actually good to know.
waste.
There's two
It's
talking.
their arms
Yeah.
that should be torn off.
Okay. Yep, 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 yep.
All right, I'm gonna get this guy. Come here, big boy.
Bring to this.
Down you go.
Good work.
Go ahead and grab that.
I wish you could close doors in this game. I think that is a
Same.
crazy design choice still.
Agreed. Okay. Looks like we're pretty okay. Oh, game glitched a little bit. We're fine, we're fine.
Where am I? I'm like... There's ideal is.
I went up, down,
This
the
diplomatic
rope.
summit is putting our people on edge. A few slit throats would calm us nicely.
No one is happy to see impure mongrel blood within the walls of our sanctuary.
Jesus.
The will of our high priestess.
What?
Viscera,
Nothing,
she's
nothing.
The one who sees and permits us
Not
to
allowed
know
to burp?
truth.
Nope.
Okay. I'll write that down then, I guess.
If that's the case, we can never collab with Melon again.
That's crazy to say, but you're right. You can absolutely ledge kill people, by the way.
Even the heavy ones?
No, but the regular ones. That was something we thought we couldn't do.
What the hell? When I tried to do
You
that, they
suck.
just found me and slit my throat.
You have to be really close to them.
Uh-oh. Ooh, boy. Okay, can I, like, drop?
I found half the emblems.
Ooh. Okay, I'm doing something risky here.
Huh?
Ooh,
That's the whole time you've been playing.
more risky.
That's the game. Because we're
Oh.
playing on murder, die, kill mode.
Oh, oh, through the walls.
Oh,
Let's
no.
go. Ooh,
I see it.
ha,
I see what he's
hey,
doing.
Ooh, hey.
Uh-huh.
A little
gonna
more,
do
a little
it?
higher. Ooh, and then a little bit, and a little high, a little
He's
hee,
so
a little hoo, and then turning is impossible.
Yeah.
Okay, almost there. All right. Hell yeah.
Watches his health bar.
Oh, speak?
How did you manage to get in here?
That's not your concern. Slide the outfit and the pass under the gate.
You'll get the badge when I get into the sanctuary, not before.
You're not as weak as the goblins
I'm
I've
assuming
killed
you're
in the
talking to the
past.
lady.
Maybe
Yeah,
up
we're talking
above,
through
I'll open a
bars.
window.
Okay.
She somehow got in here. And we're just like,
So we
what?
have to go up.
Yeah.
How are we gonna get up?
I'm assuming. Oh, okay. Well, I guess I'm. Oh. Oh.
Can't you make that jump? I think I can make that jump. Goblin jump, go! Oh! I should have been able to make that jump.
Okay, I'm up here. That's cool and all, but why?
Something is lurking in here. Leosh.
I'm in trouble, I'm in trouble, I'm in trouble. I'm almost in trouble.
Honestly, I thought that was me. We're kind of both right here.
Don't look.
Destroy him.
This might get you killed.
I'm a totally different shade. They're not looking for a blue goblin.
You are gray.
It's bluish gray.
What magic?
One thing to note, by the way, they look down off ledges, etc. They're not looking up.
Oh yeah, 100%.
So just like real life gamers, they don't look up.
We have no prey. Or no predators.
Disappeared.
We used to.
Oh, I guess.
There used to be big birds that took children.
Sounds like a fantasy. Sounds like a fantasy setting.
Unfortunately, not.
How do you... There we go.
Okay, I think I see where they want us
The ropes
to
are-
go up.
Fucking awful, idealist.
True. Oh
Did
boy.
I'm committed. The rope is gonna kill me. Okay, I got off of the rope.
Your blood will fear eats
Am I
at
stuck?
your heart.
I don't want to use the rope because the rope will get me killed. But that's the only option I have.
I keep thinking they're getting mad at me. I think they're getting mad at you, but maybe they are getting
They
mad at me.
Soon
I-
Lisrel will destroy you.
I don't think that was at me.
It could have been me. But again, they don't look up.
That's fair. I'm just gonna make a clone and have the clone blow up.
Coward! Coward! Disappear.
And you said I'm gonna make you're gonna do all that, and then they just started screaming, "Coward!"
Does a little clone dance.
Leosh. Leosh.
Okay, let's see here. This looks like a climbable area.
There was a.
Huh?
We're on opposite sides.
Oh,
and I
that's
think
funny.
You picked the side that is actually traversable.
Hey! Hold on, I need to get a.
They're really pissed
Oh,
at me.
draw, hey, ha, hey, ha.
we go.
Just move it around. Here we go. Around town. Let's go. Can I turn? Can I turn at all? That would be great. Oh, I'm turning this way. Oh, okay. I get it. I get it now. I get what this game. This doesn't. Very unintuitive, but I see it now. You have to hold the
awful.
direction. And then you keep holding that direction. Whatever direction you want to go, just keep holding it. There's no back and forth. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize
No,
this was
you're
his own
good.
leaf.
I think I switched places with the clone because I didn't want to deal with the rope.
That's funny.
Because I hate the rope. It's really awful.
It's funny. I like it a lot.
It's funny because it doesn't work, and it really should work, and it's awful. Anyway,
It's
you wanna read this?
Oh, yeah, sure. Styx helped Eledrin to enter the sanctuary by providing her.
The summit is starting.
I don't give a rat's ass.
It's funny, dude.
Finding Jarak.
Jarak? He's called Jarak?
No balls Jarak. Yeah. There are rumors.
Apparently he
was
doesn't have any
banished by
balls.
Lysrel, and he's back for revenge.
If he stole the scepter, it must be so he could get into the summit.
Under which skin? I'll go find who Jarak has taken the form of. And when I find him, you'll help me to corner him.
After the summit.
Oh, he rolled. Definitely you, not me.
During, but that would be suicide.
Oh, there are things way more suicidal than that.
Yeah.
Owing me something, for example.
Damn, he's so cool.
Bam. Imagine being as
Elves
cool as he
around
is.
about may have spotted. Let's bend it
Hey.
in and see if we can
what's up,
learn
man?
something.
Not much. Hey, what's this? Skills? We get to level up? We got points.
We did get points. Holy shit.
Alright, so we don't have any pure quartz to do that. Honestly, the rest of these are kind of like meh. I don't know what I want.
I might take the sea enemies through sea footsteps through walls.
Oh, yeah, honestly, the sensing stuff, I'm getting caught way off guard.
Yeah, I'm getting caught far too much.
Amber vision allows to smell enemies to be detected, can see their last movements. If you search much further away, increasing the range. Okay.
Oh, I did not have the ability to switch.
These elves are as tight
Like,
as
Hmm.
a virgin and
So this is
a
enemies to be
barren
clearly
dog.
heard and seen
But
through
if they've
walls
seen
over a
something, they'll
distance.
be talking
I like the
about it.
focus
Let's
one. The
cast
noise of enemy
them out
footsteps is
and
visible
eavesdrop
from
on
greater
conversations.
distance.
Yeah,
Oh,
I grabbed focus and I grabbed the one next to that as well.
Omniscience.
Yeah, I can't. I keep getting caught.
Yeah, same. On
People will be around walls and they'll just catch me, and I'm like, that's not.
yeah. I haven't got
Great.
omniscience yet, but I have the focus. So,
Both of those.
yeah. Hell yeah.
So hopefully, I will.
That'll help.
Caught significantly less.
We'll see.
We'll see.
Quick outbreak on my end.
I don't get caught too often anyway. Flexes my big muscles or whatever.
Yeah, me neither.
Yeah, I know. I just jumped down. It would have been really, really funny if I got caught there after just being like, I don't get caught too often.
That's why I left it into a well-lit room, expecting to immediately get caught and die. I mean, I wasn't clip farming. Anyway. Yeah, there's... Ooh, I guess this way? Oh my god.
Where is the listen to the conversation?
A member of the Skolaris clan disappeared for several hours. His companions accused us of killing him on the quiet. The impertinence.
Leosh. These prying humans prance about as if they were in conquered territory. Their eyes are upon everything. Have we found trace
Hey,
of him?
Ratty, how you doing?
Well, he popped up out of nowhere. Said he
You're just
was
gonna stay there?
admiring the
Yeah, it's just a
architecture
shadow.
of the
Look, go away.
embassy.
A lie. If the humans of the Skolaris clan continue to
Scallion.
spy on us, they will return home with their eyes gouged out.
Well. So one of the Skolaris clan drops off the Dark Elves maps, then magically reappears after some sightseeing.
Yeah.
Jarak may have tricked these dumb elves, but it takes more than that to fool me. Let's see
Yeah.
what I can find out around here.
You're fire, Ratty.
One of the Skolaris
I'm glad you had a
Message
good time.
about a secret exchange inside the walls of Psycho City.
I was
read the script.
Oh?
and I know we
instantly
get past
killed?
this.
Yeah,
Just
and
a matter of
it just
time.
canceled the whole thing.
Huh.
It said I just got up and was just like frustrated for whatever reason. I was like,
Can we not get caught right now?
maybe not.
Weird, because I think
Yeah.
I got caught, but I just kind of stopped moving.
No, I'm glad you got some rest, Ratty. No worries. Y'all are always welcome to have my streams to sleep to.
Who is that goblin?
It's
That's
Styx.
Idealist.
A lie.
Oh, this
If the
this
humans of
goblin?
the
He's my
Stellaris
clone.
clan continue to spy on us, they will return home with their eyes gouged out.
Well. So one of the Stellaris clan drops off the Dark Elves' maps, then magically reappears after some sightseeing. Jarak
This is
may
where I
trick
got
these
caught.
dumb
Don't
elves,
do that.
but it takes more than that to fool me.
Listen, we
Let's see what I can
all
find out
often
about
act
me.
like our parents when we don't want to be.
Bird up.
How close can I get here?
I wouldn't go that close, but
I need to
you-
hear them talking.
I'm just gonna go this way.
I'm just gonna get.
Oh, it does say listen to the conversation. I'm gonna go this way.
How close do I need to be?
One of the Stellaris clan received a message. He was
I'm close enough.
whispering
I went
something
around.
about a secret exchange.
We must keep an eye on these treacherous humans. Were you able to read
These
the message?
treacherous, sick
impossible.
humans.
The human took it into the quarters that are reserved for them. Lystra was clear on this. We must not risk a diplomatic incident.
A message about a secret exchange inside the walls of Psycho City? It stinks of one of the shapeshifters' dirty tricks. Let's take a peek in the Stellaris clan's quarters. This message might contain
Quarters?
I
clues.
don't think we can get caught here.
What do you mean? Immediately gets caught.
No. Just because of what happened last time.
We'll see.
Yeah, I imagine us being here is like we're very off limits.
Oh, as compared to only barely off limits.
Yeah. So they're like, hey, if you get caught, you're gonna like cancel the meeting. The humans. Located humans.
Gloomy. Your high priestess does not treat her guests well.
It is forbidden to blaspheme our high priestess.
Four humans and a dwarf walk into an elven sanctuary.
Uh-huh. Then what happens?
Oh, I don't know.
Um, interesting. Okay, slowly but surely. Something bones crushing punishment.
Uh-huh.
Excuse us. There's no need to be offended. After all, a frugal meal also has its charm.
I knew it.
Yeah. What?
You good?
As far as I'm aware. I'm just I'm also kind of listening to a conversation where he's just like, I don't even know what they're talking about. Probably about
Blade between
what
his
they ate.
balls.
Blade between his balls.
Nothing scares a dwarf.
Nothing scares a dwarf. Really? Not even. No, the furnace is out. Not even a bent sword.
That's very.
Yes,
But
we
we're
all
not looking
feel it.
for.
It's a
the
disgrace to
minimizing
let
of
diplomat
dwarven
disappear.
culture for you to
We
just
shall
say that.
find him.
Be like, that's the biggest problem that I have.
Sacrificed for
Oh
our
well.
failure. You know, you should
I
read
got caught.
Infiltration.
Apparently,
for
yeah,
Dummies.
we cannot get caught.
I think you
Period.
might be the target
Wild.
audience.
I'm gonna kill him. I'm gonna kill Styx. I'm gonna strangle him.
I was gonna say I didn't do nothing. I was doing just fine.
No, I got caught. I walked into a room and there was a guard above me because I also don't look up.
I told you, just like gamers, they don't look up. Oh, how are the movies? Oh, okay.
Okay.
Oh,
Yeah.
that was crazy. My screen, you fell through the world.
Dirty tricks. Let's take a peek in the Stellaris clan's quarters. This message might contain clues.
Okay, so we are not allowed to get caught, which is fine.
Well, you say that, but
That doesn't mean we can't kill anybody.
I know.
It just means we have to be better.
I just don't know how to get there from where we are currently.
I don't know either. So this is where I got caught last time. Where
High
though?
priestess, dwarf. It is an exceptional honor
Who saw
to
me?
enter this sanctuary.
Fruit, seeds, water, and cockroaches. Somewhat paltry for prestigious guests.
I really don't know who saw me.
Ungrateful reasons.
Okay, we're gonna go down this way.
I think I'm gonna do it again.
Where your bones would be crushed as punishment
Prep.
for each foul
I'm gonna maybe get in trouble again.
Okay.
I really don't know how I got caught last time.
I don't even see the indicator anymore, so I'm gonna trust that you do.
The letter? For the letter, yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna go in the general direction for what it said last time. Come on, out the window. There we go. It is kind of wild where it's like if you get caught at all.
Apparently a human diplomat is missing. Literally shaking with anger. Do you feel her wrath?
Yes, we all feel it. It's a disgrace to let a diplomat disappear. We shall find him.
Or he will be sacrificed for our failure.
Is it in that room or is it this room? Fuck.
Oh, that's not climbable. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Okay. Good to know. Oopsies. We're fine. Alright, and then... There we go. Ooh.
He's leaving. Oh, there he
Ooh.
was.
Okay, is this a door I can open? Nope.
The message those elves were talking about must be around here somewhere. In the quarters reserved for humans.
Oop, search the place.
Where's the gentleman? Where are you? There he is.
Do we want him alive?
I don't know.
Okay. I don't see a failure, so he's dead.
Okay, there's another one in my room. Be careful. I poisoned the water near him. I'm hoping he'll just drink it and die.
Gotcha.
I guess I can just kill him.
I hear you. I hear you having fun.
Fish. Picks him up.
Okay, there's some stairs there. We're actually gonna just pick you up and just kind of throw you like further in the corner, like here. Here we go. Just having a nap. I don't like when you pick up and drop a body, you're no longer crouched.
Yeah. Just gotta be used to that, sadly.
Well.
Now, where's the letter, though?
That's a good question.
Were you in this bottom floor area?
Yeah. I couldn't find anything, though, but feel free. I might not have the indicator. Or I
don't
know
have the indicator. The indicator is gone. It's in the general area. I need to find it.
Gotcha. Interesting. Interesting. Well, it's less to do with carry the body and be crouched, and more to do with I no longer have the body. Why am I no longer crouched? You know what I mean?
Yeah. I understand.
Oh, perfect. It's kind of crazy that I can't even look. Like, it looks like it's interactable. Interestingly enough,
I can't see her.
there's like a couple doors. Yeah, it's definitely in here. Okay. Okay. Let's look in the bedroom. It surely wouldn't be in the bed. I don't think so. Oh, is it maybe up here? No.
What's up, man?
Hey.
Oh.
Flip flapping, slip slapping, stip
Wouldn't be
stapping.
this way. I'll open this now.
It may kind of almost bleed out during the return of the cornucopia. Yeah.
I haven't
Yeah, when it
thought
comes
of
to
Hunger Games in years.
I know. I don't think I ever read the books, but I imagine the books were better. But that's the case for any movie that is based off of a book. So it's kind of like what I expected.
Science,
I wish it wasn't the case. Oh. But yet, here we are. The books are decent. Where the frick is this? Is it out here? Out here is a guard looking at the door, so something tells me no. Because if that was the case, we would just get immediately caught.
Where is it?
Is it this? Probably made some noise.
I'm literally flipping around like a little freak right now, trying to find stuff. Is it the desk here? Bookcase? Dead guard?
Behind the bookcase? No.
Here? Is it here? Is it here? Is it here? Is it here?
Every time I leave this room and come back, it says search the place. So it's like, it's in here.
Well,
Somewhere.
there. Show yourself.
Oh.
We got a little too silly. Fuck.
It's fine. I was slip slapping next to the door. He got aggro.
He's in heavy armor too.
Yeah, of course he is.
I don't think we have a way to kill him at all.
A cockroach again. Ah, you're dead meat, Tiny.
Where is where we're supposed to get?
Just keep on ignoring
Where is
what
we
the
searched that room so
developers want
much?
you to do, and I'll just keep on dying.
Maybe
Again,
you should
and
Google it
again.
to make sure it's not bugged. Like, actually.
Ooh, yeah, sure.
Do a quick little...
Just a cheeky little Google search. Cheeky little Google search.
Walkthrough warriors.
Styx,
As we're
Shadow of Shards of Darkness.
God, it's all the way back.
Mission
Stinks of one of
3.
the shapeshifters'
You get us to a
dirty
good spot
tricks.
then.
Let's take a peek
find
in the
the letter.
Stellaris clan's quarters. This message
Find
might
the
contain
letter.
clues.
Hey everybody, you know what you doing?
Everybody, it's me, Styx Gamer 1175, coming at you with the hottest Styx walkthrough. Yeah, it's 2012. Nothing bad could happen in the future.
Has its limits. Your
Free bird, baby.
lousy. No wrong.
I don't know when this game came out.
This room is gloomy. Your high priestess does not treat her guests.
Okay, we see the dude. Oh.
What?
Okay, so it was a little bit my bad. It was a little teensy. So you know the guy, the guy that it was in the room next to the crafting table.
Yeah.
He
the guy that
needed
you stashed.
Yeah, the one that I stashed and stabbed and snuck up, and I was like, "Hey, should this guy be kept alive?" And you were like, "I don't know," and I'm like, "Well, that's one way to find out." And then I killed him. He was about to write the letter.
That's super funny.
So he needs to finish writing the letter, and then literally if I waited like probably a second and a half, he would have finished writing it and he would have just died.
That's so funny.
But
dude, that is not good game design, is the thing. But it's funny.
It's funny though.
I'm glad you checked that.
Me too. Okay.
That's something.
Not much.
Yeah, so I think I grabbed a letter from this table here, and then there'll be another one in here.
Yeah, if we go downstairs where I was before, there's a guy down there.
Okay.
Alright, I see him. And then we wait for him to walk. And then he's gonna sit there. He's gonna stretch.
Save yourself!
Shit. He turned around too quickly.
That's crazy.
Ordering a double pepperoni pizza with extra cheese, please.
I didn't see a letter on there.
Time.
Maybe it just didn't load. I'm gonna give it a little bit longer.
Just let him cook.
Let him cook.
We're not in a rush.
Yeah, exactly. We'll let him do its thing. maybe even I wouldn't even have to kill him. It's just like he'll walk back to his study and just be like, interesting, and I could just go around him.
Yeah. It is weird though that they're like, go get the letter. That doesn't exist yet.
Shapeshifter's dirty tricks. Let's take a peek in the Scalaris clan's quarters. This message might contain clues.
Right behind one of the guards.
I saw. I mean, I didn't see that. Like no one saw it.
My patience has its limits.
My patience has its limits. 2017. That honestly feels like later than I thought it was.
No, it's on Unreal Engine 4.
Really?
It's not crazy. Yeah.
Oh.
That's what Styx looks so real.
That is true. Yeah.
And that's why, what's the word I'm looking for? That's why Unreal Engine 4 pops up on the screen when we load the game.
Oh, that does explain it.
Yeah.
Hey, thanks for the bus
trip.
trip.
Me do all of the movement stuff
Yep.
there.
Yep. And then I'm gonna get caught. So that guy down there is supposed to write it.
Okay.
So now we're gonna kind of look at the desk. We're gonna wait for him to do it. He just kind of leans over.
He's
Stretches.
So tired.
Oh, where the heck is the thing?
Just let him cook.
Okay. This game, one of the games is multiplayer.
This is the only one that's multiplayer.
This is the only one. The Shards of Darkness is the only multiplayer one, and it's really
so
funny. It's a good time.
I think the letter's right there, but it like isn't working. Did you see it on the downstairs table when you cheated for us?
No.
Or was it?
Oh yeah. No, it was on the downstairs table. It should be right where he's looking right now. That's why he leans over it.
Huh.
I'm gonna watch it again.
Maybe we're bugged.
We could be bugged. This game is old.
Oh no! Wait, the guy upstairs is writing it. Maybe it's one or the other.
Oh, do they look the same?
Hold. I think he just.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I see it. Yeah.
I think he just finished it.
Yeah. It's high. I see something glowing over there.
Yeah. So I'm gonna let him do one more loop, and then I'll kill him.
It's really cheap now, by the way, on Steam. Just letting you know. Oh boy. Why didn't you get pulled through the window? I did the same thing you did, and I got pulled and stabbed in the neck.
I'm so brave and you're not. Is the thing.
Thank you.
The thing is, your heart rate quickened and he smelled it.
He smelled the fear.
He smelled the fear in your heart, where I had none.
Thank you, Starbeast. I also like it.
I'm gonna go kill his ass.
Go ahead.
Maybe I don't kill him.
Okay, or that.
Maybe we let him walk and then we take the letter.
Okay. All right.
Okay, that's the letter. Video game.
Let me see what else. Maybe there was something else with it that.
Another letter.
Where you read the letter.
I want to restart the whole mission.
No, it's definitely down there. I'm gonna wait for the I'm gonna see if there's another rotation after you take that one. See what happens. Is there like a voice line that we need to listen to like move it forward?
No clue. I have no idea. No clue.
All right. I may or may not be caught, but I'm gonna try.
You'll be
Are you serious?
You know, you should read
He wasn't fine,
Infiltration for
chat.
Dummies.
Chat, he wasn't
I
fine.
think you might be the target audience.
Chat. Chat, he wasn't fine.
Guys, I want you to fully understand what happened. I was looking at him down below. I was like, all right, me landing might alert them. So I'm going to try to make sure that I go on something soft. I jump across, and then it said, you got spotted. I'm like, by who? The guy was looking through the window and spotted
as
me
soon as you moved, yes.
immediately.
Yes.
Let's take
That's
a peek
crazy.
at the Stellaris clan's
Oh my
quarters.
god.
This message
Okay,
might
your
be
mission
for
while I walk over there
Yeah.
is to double check the video.
Yeah. You just parry all the enemies like I did. Because, oh no, we're on the hardest difficulty where we can't fight.
I think.
My patience has its limits.
Are they talking about Mortal
Your
Shell? Or no, they're talking about this game, I think.
lousy. No wrong. No.
And
We're
it's-
on hard mode. You can't fight anybody.
You're essentially one hit, and
There's
you
no
can't fight.
fighting.
Yeah, there's no fighting. Where are you? There you are. Okay, find the letter.
Yeah, because I see it on that table through the window here.
It's just on the table, and it's not on our table. It's just straight up not on the table.
Those elves we're talking about must be around here somewhere, in the quarters reserved for humans.
Yeah, there's really nothing else to it from what I could tell. Here, I'll send you the link.
You check another video. You have
Yeah,
a secondary source.
Let's do a secondary source. Okay. The letter and the body can appear in a few places depending on the conversations you hear and the placement that gets chosen. If the letter is neither in the middle room or in the small adjoining space on the desk, then it may well be a bug.
Maybe a bug.
Also, well, I think this is our bug. Because it's like, I have a problem that I found the letter, but I cannot read it. I think I think the letter we've been picking up in the upper area is the right letter, but it's not progressing.
Interesting. How would we read it? How would we go about that?
I don't know. Let's see. I'm doing another one. This is a longer one, so. From what I saw from the video, he just picked it up and it's just like, you did it!
His auto did it.
Okay, this is where we give the
Here
armor.
it is.
Okay, fine. Hold on.
Yeah. Okay, so mission's bugged.
Mission bugged?
Mission bug. I'm gonna hit restart.
Okay, go ahead.
The zone.
Okay.
And
Hey
I'm
Zelda, how are you
hoping
doing?
This doesn't make us do the other part, but if it does, we'll just be like really cool and strong and fast.
Yeah, no, we'll just do this super easy, super simple, super straightforward.
Yeah, it'll be really good and fast.
Exactly.
Also, hi Cassette, how are you? How are you doing? I'm gobbling my shit, by the way.
Oh wow.
Couldn't tell.
Hey Star.
Quickly,
Alright.
the summit is starting.
The elves around about me have spotted
Okay.
something.
I summon you, Idealist.
Let's bend an ear
Hey!
so we can learn
It's me, Idealist. Alright, I'm gonna go over here to listen to the conversation. We had to reset due to a bug, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But, you know, we know what we're doing now, so it's gonna be super simple. And this one's really hard just because it's very unforgiving. Normally we can kind of make a round. Alright, have a good night, Ratty.
A member of the Stellaris clan disappeared.
Well, thank you for stopping by. It was
several
wonderful
hours.
having
His
you.
companions
I hope you have a good
accused
night.
us of killing him on the quiet. The impertinence.
Leoge, these prying humans prance about as if they were in conquered territory. Their eyes are upon everything. Have we found trace of him?
Well, he
Have we
popped
found
up
trace
out
of him?
nowhere. Said he'd been admiring the architecture of the embassy.
alive.
What a
If the
classic
humans of the
architecturist
Solaris
thing
clan
to
rely
say.
on us, they will return home with their eyes gouged
Classic
out.
humans in their architecture.
So one of the Stellaris clan drops off the Dark Elves maps, then magically
Yes, sir.
reappears
Drinking now.
after some sightseeing. Jarak may have tricked these dumb elves.
Thank you for the hydrate.
But it takes more than that to fool
Thank you for
me.
watering your
Let's see
streamer.
what I can find out around here.
Okay, let's see.
Okay, I'm missing the like
The what?
pings to see things. Like I don't know.
Something is lurking here.
Did you already
Ooh.
get this one?
Yeah.
I mean,
Oh, there's another conversation
well, now
here.
I'm in trouble.
Ooh.
Oh, I see it now.
I'll redeem you for the lore drop star, or if you remind me tomorrow, if I still have power, I'll do it then.
Thank you for not doing a lore drop during a collab. I appreciate it.
No problem. Unfortunately, I haven't found a way to like group redeems where it's like, okay, when we're doing single player stuff, awesome, all these stuff are great, and then turn it off during co-op. So
Yeah.
I just don't know.
It's just a little. It would be a little disruptive. How's
Exactly.
that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We must not
We must not
risk a diplomatic incident.
Message
risk
about a secret exchange inside
a
the walls
diplomatic
of
incident.
Psycho City. It stinks of one of the
We
shapeshifters'
are
dirty
Berliner,
tricks.
something like
Let's take
that.
a peek
Whatever.
at the Stellaris clan's quarters. This message might contain clues.
Now we'll be finding the letter. Again.
Find the letter again. Burna, burna, burna.
My patience has its limits. Me too, man.
Yeah.
This room is gloomy.
Am I right or am I right?
Don't treat her guests well.
I found out how I got caught that one time.
Oh, well, that's good at least.
I hopped down and there was a guard right behind me.
That would do it.
This time they didn't see
Apparently,
me
a
though.
human diplomat is missing. Lysril is shaking with anger. Do you feel her wrath?
Do you feel her wrath? It's a disgrace to let a diplomat
That's crazy.
I don't.
We
I
shall
don't
find
see the letter on the upper desk, which means it's moved, which means it's reset,
Well, that's
which
good.
is good.
That is good.
That is a good sign.
Mm-hmm. It's also a good sign.
Dude, I love that emote. You're
Hey.
so twisted. I didn't even. Did you die? What did you do?
I broke my ankles.
Oh, okay. I'm like, how did you die? You can go kill him if you want.
Okay.
The message those elves were
Fix
talking about
Fix
must
my
be around
ideals
here
on people.
somewhere. Search for enemies.
Okay, the letter
And
is
you.
down there. I'm just gonna be a freak.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, this time it's actually highlighted to read
Now
it.
that's interesting.
Let's go.
There we go.
It was bugged.
Shifter set up a meeting with this guy by saying he had some amber to sell. And this human fool's greed cost him his
Good,
life.
good.
It's a popular
Good
technique used by assassins who want to get their
job.
target alone. It's time to check out the two lovebirds' meeting place.
Let's let's look
According
through
to
here.
the message, the rendezvous
Looks
was
good
in
to
the
me.
Bright
Team.
You and the
High
night
fives,
and the
but we're
moonlight.
clones, so it's perfect in sync.
You're my clone.
Sure, whatever you want to tell yourself.
What the?
All right, so that way, let's see if she moves. Are you going to move? I guess not. Okay, far enough away where it didn't cause Alarm.
Nah!
Oh, okay.
He's right next to me. He didn't
Okay.
see me, and then
And I know we get past this. It's just a matter of
I'm
time.
pretty sure the game saved, so I think we're okay. I think
no,
we're,
it did. We're good.
Okay, good. I think we're
We're good.
I think we're fine.
Yeah. That's so funny. I climbed a ledge, got right next to a guard guy. He did not see me. I panicked. I climbed back down, and as soon as I dropped, he was like, "Hey, loser, I see you," and then we all caught. So. Yeah.
Oh, he's bending backwards on my screen.
The shapeshifter set up a meeting with this guy by saying he
Careful,
had some
don't overexert
armor
yourself.
to sell.
Oh
This
no, it
human
won't let me do it while you're
fool's
carrying.
cost him his life. It's a
You
popular
overexerted
technique
yourself.
used by assassins
Hey, clown,
to only
welcome
get
in.
their target alone. It's time to check out the two lovebirds' meeting place. According to the message, the rendezvous was in the gardens.
Right.
You
No.
and the
I'm gonna be a freak, and I'm gonna go the
night.
exact same way I went last. Maybe not.
Okay. I'm gonna try to go up. Up. You have to say it like that, or else it's kind of like step on a crack, you break your mother's back, kind of deal.
Huh.
It's bad luck.
Interesting. Okay.
Mhm.
I think you're lying, but I can't prove it. So
That's true. It is on you to prove that I'm lying.
Mm-hmm.
Alright. Last time you didn't care me walking by here, so I'm just gonna go over here and
Time
steal
you
this.
didn't care me.
It's true.
That's what you said.
It's true. That is what I said. What button is the pocket sand? There it is.
Pocket sand!
How to get out of this?
What's in here? Small hole.
I'm in trouble.
Okay. You'll be fine.
I think I'm fine though, actually.
See?
We'll
Exactly
see.
what I said. Ooh! I might be in trouble.
We might not be fine. We might be in trouble. Hold.
Oh, ooh, oh.
You don't want to look at. There's no reason to look in the big urn with the goblin in it, dude. There's no way. Thank God.
Alright, we're just gonna have to open this. Just trust. Oh. Please both go in the right way. Okay, cool. That's neat. It's great that y'all go in twos. It's adorable. Oh, I am in such unfamiliar territory. Nothing. I found nothing, brother. Calm yourself, brother. This is just a normal search.
Who are you talking to?
Don't worry about it.
Oh, okay.
Don't worry about it, we're fine. Oh!
The date didn't go too well, it seems. This stupid human paid for the knowledge with his life.
Someone's back
At
is
least
broken.
Now I know whose face Jarak has stolen. It's time to put Haledrin to work.
Okay, we can now talk to Haledrin. Actually, we did this a lot faster. We failed swiftness a lot later last time.
You'll be really, really cheeky. We did get skill points, so we could go upgrade skills.
We could, or we can get even more points and do it later. Plus, we might get a. We might get a. We could.
Can refund.
Yes, true.
Anyway, I upgraded my abilities while you're
Oh.
speaking, so.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna let you. You're right there, so I'm not gonna even bother going over there. I trust you. Oh, oh.
You have all received a scepter,
Yippee.
but its true power lies inside this
The
quartz.
quartz. Quartz.
There's amber and there's quartz, and we have been fucked up by a goblin.
He has white around his mouth. He's been eating flour.
Whoa.
Oh. So the quartz is a stun gun?
So, Barryman, you're afraid of a little goblin.
Do you see my face? This is what happened.
The ultimate weapon against the green flame. Is
Oh, that's
now
wild.
a reality.
Damn. Well, good thing I put blood on the screen.
You give us the goblins that you capture with it, and we give you gold in return.
Yeah!
Stay still for a moment. One day you will bend a knee to humans.
What the fuck?
Dude, he will crush your skull.
Now it's your turn, Haledrin.
That's crazy.
Oh.
Sir, you are asked for outside.
I'm busy.
I'm busy.
It's important, Jarak.
Jarak.
What are they, like husband and wife? What's with this?
He's gonna become like our cool assassin buddy
Probably.
in like 2 missions, I bet you.
That shape-shifting bastard got totally fucked over by his cousins.
Interesting that
I'm
he's
loving
going
it.
for
By
the
following these
other
traces of blood, I should be able to track him.
Mhm.
elves.
I'll get
Although I
him
did
to
do believe he
spit
got
out everything
banished,
he
so it
knows
kind of
about
makes
the
sense.
source of this
It's
fucking
weird.
quartz.
Mhm.
And then he will discover what happens to those who cross Styx.
Fuck. Ideals, there's an emblem in the room that they were all in.
Mmm.
I want to pick it up because it's points, but we'll
Pick it up
die.
then. So, it's saved, right?
It's... Did it just save?
I don't know. I assumed it did.
I also assumed it did. It was also behind about 16 guards. So I think
Well-
I'm just going to leave it.
Good thing it wasn't 17 guards, or else it would be impossible.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah! Oh, by the way, I'm nowhere near you, so I have no idea where the Trail of Blood is, so have fun.
Oh, fuck. Okay, I'll deal with it then myself.
You pick up your thing, though.
Idealist, I'm trying.
Okay.
It's not near me.
Oh. Well, why not?
I'm gonna beat this guy up.
One of these days. Oh, there's another one right there. Should I risk it?
20 in this level, and we only got 6 of them.
Alright.
I did get it, by the way, but now I don't know how to get out of here.
I'm in the exact same situation as you.
I don't think you are, Idealist, unless you have my stream open.
Well, I'm in a room where I don't know how to get out of, and I picked up a little collectible scarab. So I feel like that's pretty similar.
That sounds fake. Okay, and go.
Alright. I think I need to go up. I think that's where I need to go. Alright.
Panicking.
Well, how about you don't?
Okay, I won't do that anymore.
Okay.
Me anytime someone who doesn't understand mental health.
Oh, like have an
can
anxiety
stop
attack.
Stop being nervous.
Ooh, oh, ooh, I might do something.
I'm
that
doing
could get
such a
us
good job
caught.
of not being caught. I need you to not get caught. Yes.
Well-
okay. That was awesome. That was so cool there and handsome and cool.
But I could take down a chandelier and kill a heavy person.
We don't need to kill anybody though.
Fine.
Lame.
You're such a.
My
I don't
lame-o
know.
friend hates fun and exciting adventures.
Well, good news. It's not a one-off anymore.
Yeah, I was about to say, I'm like, good news, we can get caught again.
Guys, that
That's good to
burrito,
know.
that burrito's coming back up. Oh, God. Oh.
You cannot call me a burrito.
Why
I
not?
wish I could slit your throat. That would be really funny, actually. Just PvP each other a little bit as a treat.
It's a trap.
Okay. You're so fucked.
Listen, look what he did.
Yeah, look what he did.
Where are you?
Better stay vigilant.
In front of you.
Okay.
Oh, that's a alarm. I didn't. Oh, well. Whoops.
I'm gonna.
I guess I could have sabotaged that. Whoopsies. Hee hee. They don't look up. We'll be fine. They don't look up.
I know, but I have to go get back to where I was.
Then go.
I don't know where it is anymore because you're 100,000 meters.
You were 20 meters below me, from where I'm at.
Below?
Now.
Okay.
Yeah. So I'm above where you were. I think you're below where this is. So all those people underneath there is where you died.
No.
Someone said a single syllable.
Yeah. No.
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 Where are stairs?
Where are stairs is a good question.
I need to.
Oh, where I'm at now, on this window up here, you can jump down, like further down.
Just need.
It looks like this is a way out. Yeah, I see stairs down this way. Interesting. Very interesting. I would jump down normally, but I have garrowed ankles, so like, I will die. Her.
Minecraft noise.
Oh, okay. Sorry. When you overtake someone in a single lane in the background. Okay.
Emblem.
Nice. Uh-huh. Alright, I want down there. There you go. Okay.
Don't know where I was.
I feel like this is a good spot.
I was whisked away.
I was gonna say good spot, and then immediately there's a person right. Hey man, what's up? Hey.
Hey man.
Hey man. How you doing?
You wish you were over here, huh? You little freak.
Not really.
Oh, okay.
But your wish over here though.
No.
Oh.
Not at all.
Oh, okay. No, it's fine.
Yeah. Grow up.
Oh, this is where I found the dead guy that I went back.
Where is the main room?
Good question. I can't tell you.
I think I found it.
Oh man, that is crazy.
Don't want to get caught is the problem here.
Hey, what do you want to get caught with? Why don't you splurge your boy?
Oh, fuck.
You know, that's not what I meant by that.
He's so fucked up. So what I was trying to do was jump onto the bell thing there.
And
this
is where we
happen.
This is where we were listening in before.
Yes, yes. I'm trying to get into that room to get into the place to go into the room to do the thing to find the blood.
Okay, so which direction are we going? For like where we're facing?
Towards this way. I need to get into that doorway.
That doorway, like
Actually,
northwest.
You know what we can do? Yeah, we can
What?
Watch this.
Watching.
Watch this. Ready?
Why have you failed? Amber skin. Visceral.
No more threats
Enemies
here.
are neutralized.
Man, he's so cool.
I tried. Go that way. Hop on that windowsill to the right.
I just came from over there. Oh, ooh. Oh wow, you really.
What?
Nothing. Alright. So is it like...
There's a guard there, be careful.
There's a handful. I'm in a bad place, but as long as my timing is good, I also should be good. Okay. That's locked up.
God, why does he sound like that?
I don't know. I'm just acting the part.
Huh.
Not problematic in the slightest.
Huh. Okay. Interesting.
Alright, well, I'm here now. What here means, I don't know. Oh, I'm in the room you're in. I'm just on the other side of the room. Okay, so where are we going from here?
Splattering is through this doorway to
I wish you could ping. Ooh!
Near me. I do wish you could ping in this game.
Where's a good space? Where's a good space? Oh. No one checks underneath their desks.
I need to know where this guy's gonna go, though.
It's something that even the xenomorphs that take advantage of you not looking up don't do.
Sure, man.
Whatever you say.
Whatever that means.
What the hell is a xenomorph?
Risky move.
That is pretty risky.
This will probably get me killed. Fuck, I don't know how to deal with these two.
I have an idea.
Amber skin.
Amber skin. No more threat.
It didn't work.
I did see you in the corner of my eye just get stabbed.
Yeah. I mean, you killed the one guy, which is the problem, but I thought the other guy was in the smoke cloud, because the smoke cloud's really big. He was not.
Oh, wow.
Oh, there's a little hole here I could have snuck into instead.
Did you break your ankles by chance?
I jumped to... I did like a C jump to try and get onto like a little grabby thing, and it missed, and I just fell and died.
Oh, it's down there.
No.
I mean, I see the blood splatter down there.
It's coming from down there.
Gross, but okay. But
You're
I don't see
sick.
any more like up here though.
It's up here.
Okay, I trust you.
It's that way towards the one guard that's running.
Which is why we're gonna stay.
If you use your vision, you can see it. You should let me out.
You're right.
Thank you. Yeah,
Have
if you
fun.
use your vision, you can see it.
Okay.
Coward! Yes, flee the majesty of Lisro!
Yes, flee, flee. Like Cheryl, you're so extra.
You're so extra.
Well, I was like, Cheryl, why are you like this? Why do you talk like that? Go, my pretties, fly!
Exact jump.
Do it. What's the worst that can happen?
Disappeared.
That's my
It'll
go.
work this time. I'm like, that shouldn't have been a difficult jump anyway.
It shouldn't have, but yet somehow.
The game is evil sometimes.
Yeah, the game. Yeah, definitely. Definitely the game is the problem here. You're right, the blood is here. Good job.
Idealist is crazy. He's a psychopath.
You don't see the goblin from across the railing in plain
stop
sight.
talking to them. They're gonna hear
Whoa, this is your ghost of all you eating the last
your
cookie.
Ghost? That's scary.
Ooh.
If this is your ghost, you died. Really quick.
Hey, remember the jump you said that's like not that difficult to make?
Yeah.
It's pretty difficult. I don't know why you decided not to grab any of the ledges, but man, it would be really awkward if, like, I got summoned right now.
No, that's why I've been waiting right here.
Oh.
Hey.
I'm so fucking cool.
You are.
Whatever. Oh my god.
Better
How
stay
did he
vigilant.
get? How are we gonna get
That
in there?
accursed Jarak could not have disappeared
In
into
where?
thin air. The traces of his contemptible blood lead
Oh,
us here.
yeah,
He
there.
could
The
not have come
doorway
this
with
way,
the two
Master
people.
Seal.
I wasn't looking
The story's
until I
double
heard
Oh,
the
they're giving
voice.
us a,
We
they're giving
must
us a
have
story
missed
beat.
something.
Okay.
Let us recheck the trail of his rancid blood.
Yeah, why don't you go do that? And we're like, what? Who said that?
We
These
missed
dark elves are as stupid as Rakash if they think that a locked door can stop Jarak.
Uh-oh. Okay, we're good.
Why can't I open this?
Uh-oh.
Oh.
I hit the wrong button. No, we both did the
When I
same
was in
thing.
the circus, we used to have a net, so I wouldn't have to die. You know what I mean?
Listen, we can't
I
show
just
this.
saw your corpse hit the ground of like 10 meters from mine. Holy shit.
Listen, we can't share the same brain cell anymore.
I just hit the wrong button.
Those ones that are against the wall for whatever reason, it's just like it doesn't want to grab it.
That's
Oh my
funny.
god, that's so funny. Oh, you're falling to the ground.
Oh, this part was hard. Fuck.
By following these traces of blood, I should be able to track him.
Okay.
I'll get him to spit out
Hey.
everything he knows about the source of this fucking quartz.
Jesus Christ.
And then he will
Hi.
discover
We're
what
going the other way.
happens to those who cross Styx.
Oh, that's a bummer checkpoint.
It's wild that we didn't get one from that conversation to the door.
Yeah, I thought we would have. Well, now you can do your skill points.
Oh, I could. Yay! Skill point, skill point.
Yay! Yippee.
Yay! Let's see here.
Bah.
Assistance.
So
Turn
we know
invisible.
where to go, so we can kind of circumvent some of this. How do you do this?
Visibility. Background area cover skills are significantly reduced.
Invisibility might be really good, is the thing.
It could be.
I've been using it a little bit more this time around.
That one won't be enough to give me both. Ground air significantly reduced. Yeah, we're just gonna have to move forward with that in due time. Senses the presence. Oh! It didn't save the last time. I was like, that's a lot of points.
Oh. It should have.
It didn't.
I don't want to talk about it.
Time to get moving, huh?
Because I don't have... Wait.
I died.
Why did it happen? Well, maybe because we reset because it was bugged.
Oh,
maybe that's what
yeah.
happened.
You didn't level up again after we reset.
Yeah, yeah.
Anyway, I got all the way upstairs. Hey,
Hey.
that's crazy what just happened, by the way. I can't believe you got caught looking at the fucking skill points.
I took the only hiding spot in the room.
That's nuts.
Oh god, hey, how are you doing?
You died?
Yeah, they immediately opened up the thing in the room and killed me.
glycerol will be sucking on your life. What magic?
Oh, you son of a bitch.
Get shit on, Bozo. I did miss the jump again, by the way.
Your blood. For the glory of glycerol.
Looks at your dead body through the little peek hole.
You rolled, and I was like, you took the last possible frame of safety.
Yep. I'm like,
You can't follow you. I can't follow you. Oh my god, my face hurts. I love this game so much, dude.
I love this game. It's so
Oh god, it's so funny.
Hey.
Yeah, that works.
That accursed Jarak could not have disappeared into thin air. The traces of his
Hey, man.
contemptible blood lead us here.
He cannot have come this way, Castasil.
You know it's bad when I start rolling.
Must have missed
Dude,
something.
rolling is good.
Let us
Sure.
check the trail of his rancid blood.
How about this? You can try jumping first, and then once you've cleared it, you let me know. And then I will also start jumping.
These dark elves are as stupid as Rakash.
I was going a different way, too.
Door can
Oh,
stop
okay.
Jarak.
But they both leave this room, I think. Yeah. Where did you try to go?
I tried to went left.
There? I'm gonna do this instead.
Okay. Let me know when you're on solid ground.
Yep, you're good.
Okay.
This is actually the end of the level.
Oh wow, that's really fucking fun. Oh what? You
Hitting
you
it
son
before
of
you
a!
get caught.
You son! You didn't even give me the satisfaction of actually getting on the ledge after dying. Oh my gosh, how you doing, Shadow?
Well,
They were seeing you. I had to stop.
I didn't think you'd follow me this far.
Gesundheit.
See? I got a few tricks too.
We're going goblin.
Now where's the quartz?
You have no idea what you've gotten yourself into.
Now you just tell me where the quartz is, or my knife gets into you.
Fine. In the mines, in the subterranean levels of the
Ah,
city outcast.
yes.
Jara came this way.
Thanks a lot. Bye-bye.
I really wanted to say him to say Bozo.
Right?
If Styx calls him Bozo or a Chud, then I win.
Oh yeah, 100%. Honestly, your score was a lot better than last round, last mission.
We did significantly better.
No.
A lot of it was the fact that we can no longer kill people
Kinda.
as easily. We can't just murder everyone, which was what we were doing.
Well, maybe that's what I want to do. Oh, sorry. Let me read it for you. Oh, never mind.
Maybe there's a knife that lets you do that. I don't know, man.
Maybe.
We can do drugs.
Ooh. What are you working on, Shadow? Oh, is this where we get our ultimates now?
Whoa, this is good quartz, man. I'm gonna need a lot more of that.
Yay.
The
Yay.
quartz scepters that Lysril is about to share with the other races
Oh,
might be
that's not me.
powerful,
Hi.
but they don't vibrate with as much energy.
Can we? Can I have my ultimate clone ability now?
Yeah, we have one quartz.
Oh, you still need the other skill points though.
Yeah.
It's expensive.
It do be expensive. Alright,
I'm
what's this
gonna
one?
Wait on that then.
Automatically revealed without having to activate Amber Vision. Ooh, Goblin Instincts is pretty good.
Where's that one?
That's in Perception, the final one. The smell and footsteps of nearby enemies are automatically revealed without having to activate Amber Vision. It's not bad. When he grabs an enemy, a clone can explode and sacrifice or destroy enemies within 2 meters also succumb. Lethal Clone also looks good.
Being able to kill people is kind of bad.
That's pretty fucking good.
Is what I might be doing.
Sounds good to me. I think.
Ooh, can throw things 5 meters further is actually really good.
I'm actually gonna take away Smoky Death, and I
Really?
think I'm gonna put in Goblin Instinct. I'm gonna put in the ult for
Perception.
Perception. Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna wait.
Okay. Interesting.
I just don't have the points to do it.
Oh, you're not gonna just take it off somewhere else?
No. I don't think it's worth it right now.
Oh, I do like the lethal blow up clones. It's just that I don't have the instinct like you do. I need something more passive.
That's fair.
You were like, oh, this is perfect clone time, and I'm like, oh right, I have a clone.
Yeah, you do forget to use your stuff, which is valid.
I'm working
I
on it.
expected a war or an economic alliance, but
Stand over here, you're screaming.
that.
Yep. Looks like you're gonna have to get a new job.
Why has Lisril asked the other races to bring the goblins back to her, alive?
You know something? I really don't give a shit. Tell you what,
That's
while you
badass.
consider your career options, I'm gonna take a look around those mines. I got to get my hands on some of that pure quartz. And you better be here when I get back. Don't forget, you owe me.
Okay.
Okay. She doesn't give a shit about that.
Right.
Sorry, where are we going now?
I'm going down here to the mines.
Oh, I see it. Leave the hideout.
Why mess with all these different kinds of quartz? The quartz in Lisril's demonstration is a kind of
Are you gonna let me go down?
briefly charged
Oh.
with energy. The one Jarak had. Essence of that energy.
I hear there's an Easter egg that gives you the address of the level designer who put that freaking hole there.
Oh, what's the Easter egg? Oh.
That's so fucking funny. I dropped onto the platform below and it like hit a slope on one of the boxes and just slid me off of it and I died instantly.
Oh gosh, do I have to do this again?
Don't vibrate
Yes.
with as much energy as
It's fine.
It's like
I'm not-
3 seconds, you're fine.
I'm not. Yeah, honestly, let's just do
You'll
that.
be fine, smile.
Yep. Looks
We'll
like
just
you're
do
gonna
this,
have to
Goblin
get a new
Instinct.
job.
Yeah, I took away the air assassination instead of the.
I think it's good.
Quartz in
The only issue I have with it is it's not silent.
Right, it's not silent. It's too risky. I'm not using it all that much, and when I do use it, it's kind of, you know.
Let's call it pure quartz. It's
There
that
aren't too many
pure
situations where I
quartz
used it and I'm like, good thing I had that.
That's fair. Tell me when you're ready, because I'm at the point. I just...
Oh, just go ahead. Yeah, that's fine. I should have just jumped and see what would happen. It's like, am I going to be going into the mission, or will I be falling to my death? Styx finally had a revenge on Jark, the dark elf shapeshifter. Not only has he got information out on him on the It's funny every time.
I'm so funny. Funny city. Silly funny.
We really are going down in the mines.
Funny in day silly. I want more puzzle things to do.
How about ones that actually make sense? Granted, we did forget that
We kind of were being a little stupid, but
only a little
at
bit.
the same time, hey, this looks bad.
Jarak seems certain that the quartz comes from these mines.
There's a
Just
chance that
gotta
he
find it.
lied and
Anyways,
there's something really
can't turn
awful
back
down
now.
here.
Yeah.
Gotta keep moving.
Okay. So following the glowy did not work. Following this glowy? That didn't work. Oh. Look up forehead. Got it.
Okay, look up Bozo.
Oh, what's this? Ah! Hold on. Is this poisonous?
Dan, that looks like it hurt.
Hey, I think it might be
Okay,
poisonous.
So the immediate issue
Yeah.
with those is we don't have any HP because when we do this, we die. So you're gonna.
Keep talking.
Anytime you try to touch it, you're gonna instantly die. Unless you use healing potions.
Go for it, Scallion. Yeah, I mean, we could.
You're not just gonna trigger them all, idealist. That's not a way to live.
I live off of triggers.
What's the range on these? Can we just like?
I think if you just get too close.
No. I lived.
I'm proud of you.
It is absolutely a get too close kind of thing. You are moving at 4 frames for me. That's funny.
Whee! Whee! I'm out. Actually, my frames are dropping a lot. I don't know why.
You might be having an activity problem. Yeah, you're moving really framey for me.
Interesting. OBS seems to be fine, so it's not my computer. Usually OBS. Yeah, it might be connectivity. How do I sound? Because I think that says more
you sound
about
fine. No, Discord's fine. I don't know what's going on.
Wow, that
it could just be that this zone is
heavy.
A little weird for multiplayer.
Maybe.
I'm playing with fire.
You.
But their
what?
ones are gonna get burned.
Ropes, Gordon.
Ropes, Gordon?
Gordon. Come down here.
I'm coming.
You're missing my extremely funny reference.
Hey, yeah, what's up?
Yeah, my extremely
Oh
funny
god,
reference.
the frames.
Ropes, Gordon.
I never played Half-Life.
Fuck me. Touch the fucking ropes then. Go touch it. Go touch it. Go touch the goo. Go do it. Go touch it. Slobs your butt. Go on. He's actually so smart. Fuck. Oh. Okay, so that's just like... I didn't think it was gonna shoot an acid dart at you and you would be eviscerated.
I honestly thought I was still the clone.
That's crazy of you, by the way.
First of all, there was a lot of smoke. I didn't see... I saw a goblin-esque figure. So just don't get into the green.
So don't touch them at all.
Yeah, just don't touch the green. Easy. See?
Drink my last potion I made.
Why?
So that when I eventually get seen by a puffball, I don't immediately die.
Well,
coward.
At least not all of them. The ones that spit acid in your
no.
face, not so much. But the ones that take the fire,
actually,
well, that's another story.
Oh, you slip.
You didn't see nothing. Ooh, I like this little cave though. Oh, a bunch of iron ore. Oh.
That scratching reminds me of something.
Drinking water during
Robies. Why did it have to be Robies?
Well, now we're finally get to see what these Robies are.
Are they the bugs?
Oh, so they respond to sound.
These bastards flock like flies to a festering wound.
Okay, cool. So they might be blind.
Hey man.
Hi. Okay, I'm gonna go left. Buggies.
Save successful.
Hell yeah.
This moss looks as smooth and fluffy as a rug.
Okay, jump on moss. Got it.
Now we get the tutorial where they're like, if you land on soft things, you will make less noise. Which is crazy, by the way.
Yeah.
I got the... Thank you, Scallion.
Okay, they're not blind. They're not blind. I was testing if they were blind.
Okay, that's fair.
Yeah.
That's funny, though.
Anyone who doubts me, it's just false. It's just a falsity. Actually, I should probably do this real quick.
Okay, there he goes. There he goes. You might want to run.
Oh, don't, I'm getting stuck on walls.
Now that's what I call a kill. Masked Avenger, that's where I'd be keeping my shit.
I don't know why I thought I would be able to make that jump.
Okay, so I think you've actually made it impossible for me to get through this now. Oh, hey, what's up?
Don't worry. I got this.
Someone's gonna have to dismiss their clones.
Hello!
Okay, so run. This is so fucked. They shot me.
See, we're fine. Easy. Easy
That was
peasy.
so fucked.
We got it. We were through it. We're good. What's the
That was so
problem?
fucked, idealist.
Yet we still made it. Do you want to know what I did when I got up here, by the way?
Yeah.
I after running through the insects, off of that, I tried to make it to this cart from that spot.
Jesus Christ.
In case it's not obvious, I didn't make it.
Yeah.
Can I just go down here and then jump here? Okay, good.
Do this. You got it.
Oh.
Nope. Ah!
Alright, I'm gonna just chill for a sec. Yeah, I'm gonna chill for a sec. Just gonna look over the ledge.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm just gonna look. I might. Yeah. Here you go.
Yeah.
There you go.
Thanks, man.
Okay, I don't want the rope. There you go.
Why not?
See for yourself.
What do you mean?
Oh! Press lightly to move slowly. Oh. Is this little puff being a problem? Oh. They are blind!
They are blind. You were just being really, really loud.
I was being fast. You have to be slow.
Oh, you can kill these things.
Did you just...
Yeah, grow up, okay?
Slowly but surely.
These Robies
like
are mining
footstep
ore. I never
tracking
seen that
thing.
before. Like they've been
Really.
You can't silent hit them, by the way.
Fido with a crunchy shell. Hell, why not?
Oh, you can't silent kill them? You can only loud kill them?
Mm-hmm. You think they would be attracted to the goblin stench. You know he smells.
Wild. Wild that you think they stink.
Oh! FYI, the stench kills bugs. The bug that ran after me also died.
Good. Welcome back.
Thank you. And
I messed that one up a little bit, apparently. So you've like a mild foot injury.
Oh.
You have a limp.
I have a...
Oh!
How's it going back there?
There was a mushroom under a ledge.
Uh-huh.
Kind of out of sight, and I walked up and it blew up through the ledge and killed me.
Oh. Are you coming, or?
10 seconds is 10 seconds, idealist, okay?
Never be like that, I swear.
That was crazy ballsy.
Oh, I know it. I know what I'm about.
Still no sign of any.
You son of a bitch.
I'm upset that didn't work.
I'm also upset that didn't work.
I really, really wanted that to kill you.
I was like, why did they all get alerted? And then I saw the glass hit the back of my head.
I really wanted that to kill you. I had been waiting to do that for a minute.
No, that's really unfortunate.
I had that planned. I'm like, there's a really funny way to kill Amulet here. Oh, that's so sad.
Okay, there are wasps now. They might be able to see. They can't see.
That's such a bummer.
Can I, like, kill it?
You have a dart?
A flying cockroach that squirts acid out of its ass.
What kind of first dates have you gone, my guy?
Better be careful.
Did you hear
Styx
what he
is the
died?
wildest thing.
Did you hear what he said?
Oh yeah, he's a
Okay.
freak. He's a
Okay.
silly man.
Okay, so these things can hear you and... What did you do? Oh, health potion. They can hear you and see you. I have not, no. I don't have any dark. That's because we probably keep on reset or something. Good job.
Those are my only darts.
Elven construction right in the heart of the mountain. I saw Robies harvesting ore. There's gotta be a link here somewhere.
Can we, like, harvest these? Nope. Too bad you couldn't pick up the darts you used.
Yeah, that would be really, really, really strong.
Elves? Looks like cave exploration time is over. This place must be used as a refinery to process the ore harvested by the Robies. If there's quartz around here, it has to be somewhere behind these walls.
I also like to be in the cave, but it looks like we're about to no longer be in the cave. However, I kind of want to see what's going on over here on the right, so I'm going to go over there.
Okay, have fun.
Okay.
I'm just gonna go with you in case you die.
Oh, thanks.
Well, that way you don't have to walk all the way back here to get to the thing you're trying to do. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Sure.
Yeah. So you don't die.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't want my good friend Idealist to be stuck or something.
Killed.
Or killed. Fuck, he's so cool.
Be careful of the guy.
Can we kill these things?
You can, yeah. If you go for that one, I'll go for this one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Whenever.
Alright. And...
Hold.
I'm ready.
And go. They might blow up? Or they don't blow up, okay.
They don't blow up. Watch out above you, by the way.
I just got hit by it. And luckily, I had a little bit of health because I drank the potion.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Woo! Ho! Hey! Ho! Ho! Hey! Ah! 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 Ah!
That was fucked up. So you'd be eviscerated.
I had to rush it because the bee saw me and swinging. I was like, oh.
I guess. That's crazy.
Oh, it's soft. I can get this one.
Bug?
Yep. Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Bug killers. Let's
I can kill the
go.
bugs.
Okay. Swiftness gold. Hell yeah.
Finishing this in 15 minutes is insane.
Well, first of all, they assume you know where you're going at that point.
Yeah, but still.
Hey, are you ready to watch our
crazy.
mercy to go down?
Enemies
You're fine. There's a pot behind you that you can... Oh. That's your buddy. I don't know. Okay. Interesting, but alright. I can't come out of that one's mouth, unfortunately. Thank you. There's this wasp!
Well, can we not kill the wasp?
Guess not.
That's really bad for us.
Okay, so they're well, not really undying. You can still throw something and kill it,
a dart or something.
which is crazy.
Hit them with like a glass item, and they might
Ooh,
die.
maybe.
But it's really wild that we can't just like smack them.
Will be sucking on your marrow.
Idealist, 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 idealist.
Hey. I was hitting every button just trying to find the word to select the glass.
Yeah, but you were getting. You got caught though.
I know.
What the?
Okay, I needed to know that the if they're killable by glass.
It's down on D.
Oh, I figured that out near the end.
There you go. Okay. That's all that matters.
Blood will soon flow.
Back.
Thank you.
Sooner or later, we will slaughter you.
Go up.
Honestly.
They should let us kill the armored people by just like grabbing them and throwing them off ledges.
Like, we can knock them out, but we can't kill them.
I'd be okay with just being able to like kill them with gravity. Like if you grab them and throw them off a cliff, they die.
Mm.
Sorry, sleeping elf man. You were sleeping too close to me. Killed you. Somebody. No!
That is a... I'm in a
Where
bad
did he come
space.
from? He must have been following me.
If you want to barf, this is the time.
I have like 5 seconds left.
Oh, great. Yeah, no, just stay at that table.
Just kill him.
Just kill him? There were 3 other people in this room.
Well. Good.
Okay. Okay, so that's poisoned. So they're gonna...
That's good.
This is what I wanted. Perfect. That's just the way the game is made. You respawn by throwing up.
Yeah, that's how we respawn. We yarf it.
Yeah.
Is that not how you respawn?
Yeah, how do you respawn?
Yeah.
So, what's so good about your respawn?
I'm making a risky jump here.
Okay.
It worked.
Good job. Oh, my frames dropped. What happened? I'm at 6 frames.
Something is lurking.
Are you running something in the background?
No. Did you kill a person just now?
No.
That's crazy.
Why?
So my frames dropped. I went to sabotage a bell. I didn't see the person. They went to alert, but they drank the poisoned mead and died the exact moment they caught me, and it didn't do anything.
That's awesome.
That's so good, dude. What the hell? Where are we going? Oh, there it is.
Just got us the next like step.
Okay, find the switch. I need to go down. Gotcha. I see it now. Oh!
I'm in trouble. I'm dead.
Alright.
There's no way they don't know I'm here. I literally hopped out of it and hopped back into it.
Oh, you're still alive. Okay.
They literally, that's crazy. They're so stupid. Haha, like, oh my god.
You will bleed.
That's insane.
I may have died.
Do not. Fuck.
Nothing.
Coward!
Fled
Yes,
before the
disobey
power.
the majesty of Listral.
You're fine.
I'm not fine.
You're fine. None of these people have heavy armor. You're good.
Hey.
Cats just like fish.
That's wild. That person needs to get off Reddit.
Right? No one uses the term social construct.
You are insane for spawning there, by the way.
Close upon him.
Oh, 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 oh. Woo! Did the one who was looking over the ledge turn around?
No, there was one behind you.
The one behind me isn't the one that saw me. The one on the ledge was the one who saw me.
They might have heard you spawn in.
Oh, okay. That would explain
I
it.
do have to vomit you into existence.
I call ref, judge. On the stack.
Did hop out of it. I did hop out of it invisible, and you decided to spawn, which was insane of you. That was a crazy move on your part.
Okie dokie.
Hells? Looks like cave exploration.
Honestly, it seems like
this place must be
seems a little far. I thought we got a few more checkpoints before this, but
No, we didn't really do much, sadly.
I thought we got a few points.
No, the only thing that we really needed to do
Oh,
was
and then there was a switch down below. That's what it was. Okay.
Yeah, so we really only hit one objective.
All right, I'm gonna try to go down and start heading towards the switch direction. Then that looks like a ledge I could go on. We'll see if that's an accurate statement. Are these heavy? I can't tell anymore. Are you just going back and forth like this? And then these wasps, which they somehow have tamed, which are just like cameras.
They're just hanging out. Ski jump.
Oh boy. Yep.
Is at peace.
Yeah, there's an increase. I love when we go to a new level. I'm used to the last level's way of doing things, and then now, oh, okay. I did not see the crowd.
You are free to spawn now.
Thank you.
There's also a crafting bench. I recommend if you have the stuff to make darts, you make some darts.
Yeah, I always have enough to make like one, and then we
they don't give us
reset,
a
and
lot
then
of
I never.
iron.
And then we start from the beginning, and it's like, well.
Yeah, they don't give us a lot of iron because those darts are strong.
Not that strong.
They one-shot people.
There's 87 people.
Yeah,
there
but
would
they
be
still
if there was
one-shot
one.
People. That's
Yeah.
strong.
Not really.
Idealist is crazy. Did you guys know that?
I am a little crazy. Okay, so that's done. What?
I messed up the parkour.
Oh. Uh-oh. I'd like to put the body in the jar, please. I guess not.
Me when I'm... That was insane. Me when I'm someone making a mummy.
Oh, she has heavy armor. Okay, we leave her be. And asleep. She's a non-factor. Got it. I will put out this light, though.
You would think a woman's a non-factor. Crazy. You have a health potion on your belt. That means that you get to die.
You've won the prize. You're gonna die.
You've got an item I kind of want.
Single player games that are like 30th or lower dollars. Rain World. Been loving playing that game for a while now.
Single player games that are good. Off the top, I don't know anything.
Binding of Isaac is also a big one for me.
That's fair. Great God Grove is really good. I'm like blanking because I'm streaming and my brain isn't.
How dare you?
Games. Yeah.
Do better. Dead Cells? Okay. Dead Cells is good.
Oh. Dead Cells is excellent, actually. Love Dead Cells. One of my favorites. Fuck. There was a game. It's Dead Cells adjacent that was really good. That I played. That I can never remember the name of.
How are we gonna get... I might get caught here.
Return to the circle in peace.
Surprisingly didn't.
Emblem.
Is this heavy armor? I think it's heavy armor.
By what magic?
I think I'm down at the bottom.
Mm-hmm. I think
where
you
the
too.
lever would be, if you can try to get to the people up top to eavesdrop on them.
Yeah, I'm trying to get up there, but I'm up where I see anything clearly go up, but maybe if she goes another round. There's also what looks like a guy that is bugged.
Alright. Did you kill this elf and just stick them to the side of the...
Feel the dream of the young priestess?
That's none of my business.
No, Honorable Castasiel, I have not yet received the amber. He who stands before you feels exclusion. Tell me, what did you feel?
She dreamt of a room near here, which contains a precious thing.
A precious thing?
What is this treasure?
What is it?
Something long and thin. In her dream, she used it to extract blasphemers' eyes.
To use
The room
it to
is supposed
crochet.
To be 2 floors below us. The dream
Wow.
is so real. Yet we have searched for it in vain.
Well,
You at least got the information we needed.
yeah.
Your blood will soon.
Funny enough, they're not opening it.
They didn't open it for me either. They were kind of stupid, which is awesome.
No, they opened it. So, I literally was like, fine. And then after they started moving, I was like, I better get into this chest. And then by opening the chest, it somehow alerted them immediately, even though it was just
anyway,
fine
I found
regardless.
the thing we needed to find.
Hell yeah.
Yippee! A puzzle!
Ooh, a puzzle! Let's use our vision immediately. Okay, I don't see anything crazy with that. Okay.
The one that reigns over the dark elves and enlightens them congratulates the winner.
That doesn't mean a damn thing to me.
Yep.
The two brave warriors face each other.
Activate.
The loser sacrifices himself. His body is dragged away from the ultimate honor.
All this shit reminds me of that big ceremony those fighting degenerates had. There must be a connection.
The leader of the blind gives the final reward to the winner. So the glorious blood is shed.
Are you activating them?
I was trying, but...
Oh, we need to activate them in order.
Right, but I wasn't seeing anything happening.
There's literally a laser beam.
Yeah, I realize that now. I'm kind of... Yeah,
There's no way.
Fucking way. There's no way. There's
what?
No, there's no way that happened. There's no way that happened. There's no way.
What the fuck?
There's no way. Oh my god. There's no way. How? How?
That's nuts. Anyway, we should kill these bugs.
Alright. Oh my gosh.
So that's insane that you just did that.
I was like, okay, I'm just gonna hit this. I didn't see anything happening. This, didn't see anything happening. What over here? I was like, didn't happen,
one,
didn't do that one, and then I did.
One over there, and
then
I
that,
hit this one, and it opened.
And it opened.
That's
yeah.
insane.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
And you were like, there's lasers. I'm like, there's lasers? Oh my God.
That's unbelievable.
That's so crazy. What the? What are the?
You brute forced it
immediately.
I don't even know. You didn't even brute force it. You just dumb lucked it, I guess.
What a blade.
I'm just that good.
Instead of collecting new
I'm just that amazing. You know?
Yeah,
I don't want to.
guys.
I'm just that good.
Just tell us that you already played this part of the game, and
yeah, right. It's like you played this before. You're doing it.
Answer. That's so funny.
That's crazy. Holy.
Cool.
Yeah.
Well, that's that done.
Yep.
Guess we got a new knife that'll do something later, hopefully. Which will be cool to have.
That would be cool to have, because you keep talking about how knives do stuff, and I'm like, I saw like maybe one.
We only have 2 knives.
Exactly.
We have one that disintegrates people, but you can only do loud kills, and we have the normal knife.
Yeah.
And I don't want to only do loud kills.
Exactly.
What are we doing now?
Going up?
Go place. Going up. Flapping.
I'll have what they're having.
Check, please. Start saying random shit.
Did I do that?
Fuck. That sucks.
Okay, can y'all like not do what you're doing?
Risky jump. Pays off.
I'm in a bad spot for you to risk stuff right now.
So cool.
Shit, it's locked from the inside. I have to find another way in.
I have an idea.
Could clone bomb armored person downstairs will hear us.
He's turning around. Good job.
I got it.
Ooh.
These elves are all fucking
Hey,
crazy.
I think you need to jump on this. and
I
then-
know. Shush.
You're a little short. I know you're like a like a 6-foot king, but like this is
Yeah,
a
I'm like a 6'8" king. Those are two different measurements, by the way.
Elves can dig pretty good too.
What could it be?
Oh my.
Oh, hold on, I got this. In the depths of Koringa, Styx came across some old acquaintances. Rabies. Totally blind insectoid creatures with highly developed hearing. Strangely, they behave like cattle, as if they were obeying a superior for...
It's gonna be funny the whole time.
It is. Yeah, I know. I love it. I love pretending like you're skipping a cutscene.
Big.
Uh-oh.
Oh no.
Uh-oh.
You're gonna get melted, dude.
Oh!
They fucking gang shot him.
They shot him!
Team shooting.
Free our man!
Like in Destiny 2, dude.
Oh, yeah, let's go towards the glowing mouth.
These sure don't look like normal robies to me. I think this is where the elves that run the mining operation live. If I want to get to the mines, I gotta get around to the other side.
Nice.
Just wanted to see if they blew up.
Honestly, I'm surprised they didn't.
Me too. I was like, this is the time to test. No, game! I was trying to save you.
I know, I
It was being
appreciate
really
it.
cool.
I really appreciate it, but you need to remember these things are blind as fuck.
I was trying to jump back in. Jump kill.
Go ahead, get your revenge, King. Hell yeah.
I'm
that easy.
very surprised that they don't just kill us when we kill them.
Right.
They don't do damage to us.
Hey. They're so nonchalant. Like leaning on a wall. You know this game was made by Americans when they lean on walls. Look at you like using items and shit. It's kind of awesome.
Nothing.
Now if they use the bell, they die. I don't know if they're armored or not.
I don't know either. Let's test it. Yeah, they're armored.
Shit. He's so cool.
Ah! Ah! Ah!
What did you do?
What did, I got hit by like a spirit, like.
Okay, that wasn't you that did that. That was her. Okay.
She fired like an ice blast that became a skull. It was scary. I was hoping that she would go for the bell or something. She was like, "No, I got this. I don't need to call reinforcements."
Yeah, she did kind of kill your ass.
She is wearing heavy armor though. Can confirm. Because she, I did not have any indicator whatsoever.
This one over here is as well.
You know what I think would be a good way to tell is if they made them like a slightly different shade and or color.
Yeah,
That'd be nice.
having them be like orange instead of red on the
Or maybe even purple.
amber vision would be really good. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that was a crazy jump for me to make.
Oh man, tell me about it. Oh, I could just go up here this way. Okay, cool.
I
Hey,
know.
what's up? Yeah, there was just a thing like right there.
Oh, that's cool. I did like a wild jump thing anyway.
I believe you. Oh, look, crafting. Can't make, full up, because I don't use items. Alright, cool.
That's...
I find it funny that I was the crafting class.
It's crazy that you don't use any of the stuff the game gives you in this.
Alright, let's make sure. Is she going right? I think so.
I was right. This is where the degenerates who work down here live. You'd have
Okay,
to be
don't turn
crazy
around, don't
to
turn around,
live
don't turn
here.
around, don't turn around.
I wonder how Lysrel is paying them.
Incoming?
Yeah, I see her.
Not heavy armored.
Perfect. Honestly, I'm surprised they didn't, like, see the body.
Yeah, I think
and I'm gonna spit in your food. Psh.
The body's technically in, like, lower light.
Oh, there's a thing here if you want it. That is not helpful in the slightest.
Yeah, that means nothing.
Yellow drink.
Oh, absolutely, always.
Hey, chef.
It's Chef!
It's chef. Let's go.
I was hanging out. Are we? Yes. Actually. We're doing pretty good this time. I say as I delist Drankles and Elf.
And spits in their drink, too.
You're loving.
He's so fucked up. That's not worth the money. But yeah, we're good. Idealist solved the puzzle completely by accident. Not even brute forcing it. Literally just like hitting the buttons in a random order, and it opened the door.
It was honestly
it was
crazy.
Actually unbelievable.
I was like, "There's no way. This is not a good spot."
How do you know?
Okay, check it yourself. By all means. By all
maybe
means.
he's right.
Yeah,
Maybe
yeah. No,
he's
go ahead. Go
correct
ahead.
in
You're,
his endeavor. Maybe he's
go ahead.
right.
Go ahead. You're so confident. By all means.
It wasn't a confidence thing. I just wanted to, you know.
Sure. Don't worry, I got us another scarab.
Good.
Oh, we're back to where we were. Shit.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out if we can like scoot around this.
Well, there's a rope that leads us up, like right here.
Wagons are
So.
used to carry ore. The mine can't be far
Oh,
now.
you don't see nothing. You don't see nothing. You've been working too hard. This is a stress hallucination.
You're stressed. You're so stressed.
Ooh. You're stressed. You should.
You're fucked up for manipulating these poor people.
It's better. Am I more fucked up for killing them?
It depends.
It depends if you enjoyed it.
How did you? Oh, you took the rope up.
Okay, I would like to. Oh. All right, game. Sure.
Oh, Idealist died.
I was up there. I jumped to go across. I didn't move, and I teleported to the bottom.
Yup.
So. Hey. Where's a spot that it wants us to jump? Because I want to jump to the side, and the game's just like, you didn't
Which
say the
side
magic
did you try
word.
to jump to?
The one directly in front of you. The one where the crane is attached. It did not like it. Where did you go? What? I looked away for 1 second.
I jumped behind.
Surprise blood. May every arm close upon him.
I think it got caught. Just a guess, though.
Dude, they saw me from so far away. That's crazy.
Yeah, this level, they have eyesight now. Which is kind of nuts.
Yeah, I was in a bright room, so I understand how I got caught, but damn.
How can this be? Will be sucking on your marrow.
Listen, I don't need y'all
Sorry,
talking
did
about
they
my
just say
marrow
they
like
wanted
that.
to suck on my marrow?
Yeah.
I'm taken. They can't do that.
Right? Your partner can suck on your marrow.
Oh my god.
The blade of Viscera will slay you.
I never.
I never. I may have made them angry again when I went up there.
I noticed.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Idealists, they're all right here.
I noticed. Thanks, appreciate it.
I wish I could, like, actually blow up and, like, kill them.
Oh, 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 uh-huh.
Oh, that's interesting. Okay, learned a little fact.
What did you learn?
You can go invisible while in
close to
the
the
pots. I think
Oh.
if you time it right, you may be able to not get caught.
Interesting.
I did it too late, so I don't know if it
Hey.
actually does anything.
Well, you pulled everyone to a completely different space, so I just went across it.
Cool.
So it was... Good job. I just
Oh,
jumped
you got to the other side. Hell yeah.
Oh, I got caught somewhere. Oh, wait, they were beneath me. So when I jumped, they heard me. Gotcha. They only look up if they hear you.
They got so mad.
They got really mad.
I understand. I would be tempted too.
It's like you were some kind of goblin or something.
Yeah. Yeah. What was it that I said yesterday that was really funny?
I don't remember.
I
You say
know
a
it's a lot of things.
I was about to say, you say a lot of funny shit, so I don't know, man.
Fuck, what was it?
Comedian
It was like
over here, am I
literally
right?
at the end of the night when we were playing Enfield. I don't remember. It's gone.
Swiggity swooty.
It was funny at the time.
They're like, what?
Bars, huh? Well, I must be getting closer to the quartz. Gotta find a way around.
Uh-oh.
Amber skin.
How?
Huh. I think I'm screwed.
Well, you did manage to piss them all off, so...
Yeah. The thing is, though, is I'm also really, really cool.
Uh-huh.
And I did 2 different rope jumps and got away from them. So, write that down.
So write that down. I don't know how to get to where you are from where I was, though.
Go up.
I'm tempted to go that way, but it didn't look like I would have made it.
I got caught by about 8 people and a bug going that way. Okay.
Perfect. Just when I needed a tunnel.
Are you full metal? You are full metal, alchemist.
Yes, both of them are.
Are you gonna turn around? Ooh, I knew it. I knew as soon as I was be tempted to move, you would have been like, I'm gonna go yonder.
Interesting.
I would like to go in here, please.
The quartz. I can almost touch it.
The quartz attached to... What?
One big mother of a cockroach. Hey, is that quartz around your neck? An eensy little detail that son of a troll Jarak forgot to mention. Well, I'm not going back empty-handed. I need that quartz. I may not be a god of war, but I'll find a way to get it.
What?
Guess it's
Good
go
reference,
time.
good reference.
I must remember to thank Jarak for this charming weekend excursion.
Good reference. Excellent work, Styx.
Way to break the fourth wall. I would like a cheeky save game. You just got caught.
That's crazy, because they can't get in here.
Gotta find the gates.
Which is why I assumed it was okay to walk around. But I guess I
with your
was wrong.
slappy feet.
With my slappy little goblin feet.
Wah.
I've done slapping my goblin feet around.
Don't lie.
Okay.
It's like he's right. He's not wrong.
These rails
You're
lead
right.
all the way down.
Like,
Maybe if I follow them, I can avoid getting lost.
what? What did Styx
Follow
just say? I wasn't-
follow the train tracks, I think.
Okay, I wasn't paying any attention to what
I
he said.
also wasn't. Oh!
Like most times, he talks and I ignore it because he
After
sucks.
what happened at the sanctuary, why didn't they double the guard around Akima?
Even if an intruder got inside her den, he wouldn't last long.
Oh, there they are.
The
Where are
last
these-
time the
these
dwarf
bozos at?
ambassador visited us, his bodyguard got too close. She ran him through.
I'll never forget it. We found
I'll
the body,
never forget
or
it.
at least
I dream of it every night.
I dream of
In
it
any case,
every
no need
night.
to worry for Akima. Her
I have a
friendship can be
picture of it by
very
my bedside that I
corrosive.
stroke lightly.
Careful, Idealist.
Listen, I was gonna say much worse. That was the censored
I
version.
know you were. That's why. That's why I said
If I was
careful,
not
Idealist.
swearing, it would have been a very different sentence.
You kind of almost said it anyway.
I was thinking more the Wolverine meme.
I don't know what that is.
The
No,
one where he's
it's
touching
fine.
the picture.
It's fine.
It's
It's
okay.
fine.
Alright, it's fine. Okay.
We're all fine here. Everything's fine.
Okay, so that guy is not necessarily hidden, but... Whoop. You didn't see nothing.
Sweet.
Sweet!
What did you do?
Put out the light.
Oh, you put the light out. Okay.
Hopefully this one wasn't trying to make a map.
That
Alright,
was
let's
such a
see.
weird bug to get.
Robies below, black elves above.
I don't know. I think the
Anything
weirdest
missing to
buggers
make
these
this party
little
perfect
wasps
is
that fly
trolls.
around.
I'm gonna kill him.
Well, all these paths look pretty shitty. Place your bets, ladies and gentlemen.
Hey, what's
I
up?
really don't want to use 2 darts on the wasps.
I'm gonna try. Hold on. Let me try glass.
Yeah, use flask. Wreck.
Oh, right. I need to like hit 2 buttons. Come on.
Doesn't work.
Oh, that's the wrong button. Ah!
I tried it.
Yeah, I saw. It did not work, unfortunately. Oh,
And sadly, I did use 2 darts. But
sorry.
I guess it solved the problem, so it's fine.
it did solve the problem, so I appreciate it. Me looking at my 1 dart that I've made.
I don't think you're using the amber vision enough.
Mm-hmm.
I use it constantly, and I grab all the stuff I find.
I don't know. I seriously have been doing it fairly constantly, and I have not seen it.
Huh.
Well, let me put it this way. I do pick it up, and then we restart, and then I go a different way.
Okay. How many are down there?
Let's find out.
I hate this video game. There's 2, by the way.
Yeah, I know. I'm just gonna...
The jump kill is so inconsistent.
Yeah, that's why I removed it.
Yeah, I'm tempted. I'm tempted to every
Get
time
those
I
points
fail it.
back. Because it's also not a silent kill, so it's not... So you have... It's so specific that it's like...
There are times where it's really helpful, though.
But only... It's so
it just
rare.
barely works. What if I tried it again?
So if you hit B, and you don't like try to grab.
You should have.
I didn't.
Did you hold B?
No.
Interesting.
I went off that top one, hit B, and fell all the way down. Let's try it again. Yeah, it's down A. Oh, nice. Oh my god. Alright.
Get in there, King.
Alright, you got it. Leroy!
He's not gonna make it.
Oh.
To be
There's
skilled
a lot of
or
projectiles.
not be skilled. That is the question. Fuck you is the answer.
I'm loving seeing these new ones. These new ones are great.
I hate him.
Fucking Shakespeare'd our ass.
I hate him. Stinky hate.
Let's go.
Very funny. I always forget that the goblin exploding draws an unreasonable amount of aggro.
Right.
To just like 3 rooms over. Where are we? Okay, this is fine. This is completely fine.
She ran him through. I'll never forget it.
I'll never forget it. I won't make the same joke again. But the way he says it,
In any
it's
case, no need to
No,
worry
it's very
for
funny.
Akima. Her friendship can be very corrosive.
okay. Let's try a different way.
Darkness.
What?
Guy. No, what?
I was caught. And I ran very far.
I'm really cool. I'm being really cool.
You are being really cool. This guy is like flipping on your ass though.
No more threats here.
He's gonna talk to me again.
Ordering a double pepperoni pizza with extra cheese, please. This is gonna take time.
Hey, he's just ordering some pizza. He's just ordering some pizza. Boppity boo.
I just remind me to commission Nonus to take my VTuber hair off my VTuber and stick it onto Styx for next time we play this, so I can tweet.
Oh,
Horrible.
my brain did not translate Styx as like the character. I thought it was just sticks, like the pieces of wood, and I was like, why? That's so weird.
That's a whole other thing.
Alright, I'm not going right anymore, because she saw me on the other side of a area.
Immediately.
Yeah, I was just wrapping around, like, the ledge area. Alright, I'm gonna need this guy to move.
There's a bug, by the way, that's coming at you.
Yeah, I know.
Okay. Go now, slowly though. Oh,
It's fine.
really good. You almost got caught by the bug.
The bug can go bug off.
Actually, holy shit, hashtag wig.
And then I'm just gonna do this, and he's gonna be like, "Oh man, it's dark in here. That's weird." And then I'm gonna kill him.
So fucked up.
And then I go underneath here.
Stixing it to the man.
Roadies below, black elves above.
And
Only thing
then
missing to make
we
this party
do
perfect
this.
is trolls. Well, all these paths look
All
pretty
right,
shitty.
that's one down.
Place your bets, ladies and gentlemen.
I'm gonna try to go the other way.
Okay.
'Cause I don't like dealing with the beetles very much.
Me either.
And the wasps very much.
Are you? The wasps suck.
Oh, yeah.
I was expecting it to go back to patrolling, and it would immediately just hovered above me. I don't know what its sight line is. It's a hornet. I don't know.
Yeah, I feel like we should. Oh, thanks. Hey, man.
Hi.
I feel like we should be able to.
Yeah.
I feel like we should be able to kill them with like our knife, but maybe that's a limitation of the difficulty we're playing on.
Maybe.
Where we
Yeah.
don't have a like action button to swing a weapon. This room sucks.
Do you have the ability to spawn on your clone?
Yes.
Can you throw your clone down there?
Oh, actually, give me a second. This button? Skills. Yes.
Think you can throw your clone down there?
I don't think so. I mean, I'm gonna try.
Go for it.
It's if I had the +5 meter buff. Oh. I was trying to like skill shot it where I.
If you jump and go for it, you might be able to reach
if I jump, throw it, and then teleport, it might actually let me do it.
Do it. Try it.
Crazy.
Do it. Let's go.
Crazy gamer move. Okay.
I believe in you.
This is really stupid.
Oh yeah, no.
Okay, what are the buttons? Okay. No, I missed it. Fuck.
Close.
Jump. It's jumped, left bumper, square, left trigger, triangle is the combo.
I believe in you. We have unlimited lives. Do it until you win.
Okay. Grab the cocoon. No.
No, it disappears.
I fall faster than the cocoon does.
Yeah. Unfortunate.
That's
okay.
Funny little trick we could have done. I think if I had the one that's like you can throw things 5 meters further, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
But the devs also might have thought of this. Now, what I can do, I think, is do this move right here. Watch this.
Mm-hmm. Oh! Ooh! Ah! I didn't make it.
Yeah, I know you can't make that jump. That's why. That's why.
It's worth a shot. You don't know what you can't do until you try.
It would have been really. It would have been really, really funny
if I just did it.
If you could have just done it normal. My issue is, I don't know how to get down.
I mean, I know one way. Oh, without dying. Okay.
So I don't think we can like grab this here.
Oh, yeah, I don't think so either. Oh.
This is not supposed to be grabbable.
Hell yeah.
That was not supposed to be able to be done.
Hell yeah.
That's crazy.
I didn't make it.
That's some wild tech.
I managed to jump on the middle, but didn't make it that far. Oh my god, who's Biggie Smalls over there? What the fuck?
I'm wondering if we're sequence breaking slightly. So I'm gonna backtrack a little bit here.
Okay. Hi.
I want that talisman emblem over there.
All right, go for it.
Do you think you can? Stay here. Wow.
Okay. Oh.
Show yourself. Taken care of.
Got it.
Hell yeah.
That's all I wanted.
Perfect.
Anyway, time to deal with that guy.
I don't think we deal with that guy.
Oh no.
Okay, not in that way. All right. Anyway.
He's kind of big. Oh, there's 2 of them.
Yeah, there are 2 of them. All right, I want to see if they give me any indicator by being behind them, but I imagine it's gonna be similar to how
absolutely will not.
I want to try. I want to see.
Okay, go ahead. He's gonna turn around. He's gonna rush you into paste.
Yeah, nothing. Luckily, they don't look down. I'm genuinely shocked. Just watching you roll in the background is really funny.
Whoa! Ow. Very funny.
How did you die?
I'm kind of bummed that he like picked me up. And threw me out because he started with just a nasty left hook, and I thought that was just what was going to be that killed me. And that would have been really funny.
That would have been really funny.
Punches me once and I blow up. I did almost make it.
Hell yeah.
So I think it is going to be. He's sick. you, huh?
He saw you.
Run, IT, let's run. Oh no, he's going for you now. He's tweaking out.
I was thinking that was reverse. Oh! Did he just slam near you?
Yeah.
He's not happy.
They're so mad.
Oh, I thought you dropped. It's like, oh. They're still mad. You almost... are you saving it?
Yeah.
Oh. Well, I guess I'll wait a second. Hey, guys, I'm not the one you're mad at. Please stop, like... breathing at my
big men breathing heavily at you?
Yeah, no, I'm not a fan. Seriously, do you mind? Can you?
Shed, have you seen my stream title? I only say this because I think it's incredibly funny.
Is that the way down where you're at?
Yes.
Because I don't see a way out over here, like to the other side. So check over and down there. Oh, he saw you. Oh?
No, he didn't. No, he didn't. Ooh! I got the lever I missed!
You did get the lever. Luckily, you have an additional spawn point. I wonder where it is.
What's up, man?
Not much. Roll! Roll like your life depends on it! Find the entrance, and then it'll be like, you can't open the door, and then we go up to the little holes. Let's, or not.
So mad.
I guess we just... Ooh. Hello, weird statue. There's a lot of stuff here. Oh, we get to upgrade our skills! Yay!
Yay.
There's nothing that I want.
Feet around.
Oh, let's do feline. Let's do some let's make ourselves a little more silent.
600 points.
And there's a red potion here and a yellow potion here.
I want lethal clone.
Okay.
Because that's huge.
That is huge. Being able to, I think it might work on heavies.
We can try it.
If there's like a heavy and a bunch of non-heavies, you can go in, blow up the heavy, and we can take out the other ones.
We will see. If it works, awesome. If it doesn't work, it doesn't change anything.
It changes a little bit. All right, I'm gonna go up here.
Really? I want to see what the knife we got is. If it does, and if it does anything. Beetle bug. He's got.
He has some quartz.
Kill him.
Get him!
No!
No!
Oh, so it's you who transforms the quartz. Now that is interesting.
Come on, come on.
I want some of that bug throw up.
Oh, shit.
I hope this isn't a boss fight.
I have no idea how we're gonna do a boss fight.
My precious.
Lord of the Rings. Lord of the Rings, love it.
This game is really
I think
cheesy.
that piece of quartz has
I
my
do
name
love
on
it.
Buggy.
Yeah.
Time to die.
It's really good.
Okay.
Okay. Oh, I really wish we brought more health potions, huh? Fuck.
Oh, that's a mob! Ah!
He's fucking dead, guys. They already killed my friend, Anyway, welcome back.
Hello, thank you. I did the same thing that you just did. Ooh.
Luckily.
Oh no, the frames! The frames! Oh god!
Really
Oh!
one of us at a time with bombs.
The frames are down to 7. The frames are down to 7.
I don't know why your frames are tanking. Mine are completely fine.
Oh god. Oh no, what are the... Oh, okay. It's fine now? Yeah, it's fine now.
I need you to take aggro from the goo.
Oh, ooh.
Yeah, can you deal with that right there?
Yoink! Oh! Oh! Ooh!
Is it? What is happening?
I'm being stabbed. And it's preventing me from breaking it.
Stabbed by what?
Giant tentacle. I got it. They killed me though.
Ow.
Oh!
I'm out of potions.
Oh man, that's crazy. All my potions are like sitting out there. Let's see here. Let's go ahead and use a vial of life potion.
Oh no, my sweet little clone. What's he gonna do, my chud son? I don't know if he broke it or if he exploded and died. I don't know how we're supposed to do this.
I did one. And then go.
Ow.
Woo!
I'm sending out my chud son once more.
Okay, got another one.
My chud son has died. I'm sending out my chud son again. Go, my chud son. My beautiful chud. Dodge roll, my chud son. Be brave. Go. Oh, fuck. He's doing so good.
Alright. Another one down.
I have one more chud son.
Hell yeah.
The final chudling.
The final chudling. Up top.
Okay, there's a way above you to get across to the right. See that there?
Yeah. Hold on, I'm gonna wait for him to do one more.
I'm dead. I died.
Did you do it? I don't think you did it. Whenever you're ready. Right.
Oh, this screen shake is so bad.
Okay. One more time. Okay. Do that. Do that.
I don't know how to stop the tentacles from hitting me.
Honestly, you just go for it.
Just timing, I guess. Anyway, I got the one over here.
Alright, I got this one down over here.
There's one more, and it's right in front of them.
And my guy broke his ankles when he fell. Okay, let's try one more time. One more time, clone! Let's go!
No, my chudling.
Whew. Hey, how are you doing?
Chudling son. Go! Yeah.
Let's go. Oh, okay.
Imagine being killed by a chud.
Can't be me.
No!
Did you get killed by a chud? Okay. How about you respawn just in case?
See, imagine if I wasn't playing multiplayer. Holy shit. Oh,
Alright.
that's awesome. Holy shit.
Oh.
That's fantastic.
What, now I'm hearing voices again?
Again?
Classic.
A goblin!
A goblin!
Has killed the queen!
Ooh, a goblin. A scary goblin.
A talking goblin! A talking goblin has
A
killed the queen!
goblin who's being an asshole. It's killed the queen.
Maybe I should have kept my mouth shut.
Does that mean we're gonna love? Let's go. Let's go.
That was all one mission, by the way.
That's crazy.
Because we finished mission 3, right?
Yeah, we 3 and 4 is what we've done today.
Yeah, fuck.
Oh, this is not me. Hi, it's me.
Oh, we did get a knife.
Oh, we did? What does it do?
Oh, wait, this is so good.
Dagger, Ganesh, the first dagger can be sturdy, can be cut with a very powerful. Nope. Tapered dagger, impossibly sharp dagger, able to pierce flesh without effort. Muffles the sound of all ground kills. Cannot parry.
It's perfect.
It's perfect.
It's perfect.
It's perfect. Yeah.
Perfect.
Increases the life
cool.
of
New knife. New knife that's really good.
Yeah. Hell yeah. And I think for this one I'm gonna have my clone also lethal. Cause like all the other ones I'm kinda like, well, let's see here. What is this one? It's now incorporeal when he's invisible. The energy, of course, imparts power of the invisibility. So both of these are invisibility. I don't care about that. I want to be able to be more silent and to sense more things. Those are my big two. I'm
gonna take jumping and landing on the ground does less noise and less fall damage.
Yep, I took that one as well.
And I'm gonna take, because we're dying to fall damage a lot.
I survived that I should have died due to that. So like.
And then I'm gonna take the starting invis is better, and then I'm eventually gonna grab this noise produced in general is less, and then I'm gonna grab this whatever that one is.
Alright, I did lethal clone. Perfect. Do I have enough for this? I do not have enough for that.
I'm glad we got a new knife. That's really good.
Yeah. What was it again? It was like muffled is even quieter or something?
No,
Muffles the sound of
muffles
all
kills.
Oh. So when we attack
so
normally,
we can do quick kills, and it muffles them.
That's so good.
Yeah.
We're not
It doesn't do
parrying
the air
anything.
Kills, though. That's one of the skills in here.
Well, take that off and put it into something else.
Huh?
Just take that off and put it to something else.
No. It doesn't muffle air kills.
Oh no, I mean the air kill ability to do an air kill.
No, I'm keeping it.
All right.
It's also the first step in a tree where I'm still using the pickpocket tree.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, none of the other ones I really want besides the last.
If I forget both of those.
Flawless. Flawless. I want. But beyond that, literally nothing else is appealing to me.
We did get another pure quartz.
I know. I got. I'm doing the lethal clone as well.
So we can send both of our clones out, kill two
people,
they'll blow up, and then we can kill more people.
Yeah.
We're so fucking cool.
My God.
Okay.
How do you
have
feel?
enough sauce in you to do one more?
I'm down to do one more if you are. Up to you.
Fuck it, we ball.
Hell yeah. Oh, speaking of hell.
Every god in the city is looking for you. Congratulations on your discretion.
I stepped on a big roach. Unfortunately, it turns out it was their idol.
Thanks to you, the airships are confined to docks. All takeoffs are forbidden. They're searching them one by one, and they'll find you if you stay here.
You
Not
gotta
if
help
I'm
me
invisible.
get out of here. I kept my part of the bargain.
I haven't forgotten, Styx. Take off your clothes and get in this cage.
Thanks
Excuse
for
me?
the offer, but you're not really my type.
I heard the Goblin
Nice.
prison leads to Wilderan, the hunter's village, at the foot of
Are we about to
Corridor.
lose all of our
I can
stuff?
use my uniform to get
That
you
would
in there
piss me
and help you
off.
find your way to the outside.
Oh, great idea. Stark naked in a place filled with guards. You come up with that on your own?
You did mention
Listen to
nudity
me.
at some
If you
point.
want to get out,
There's no
it's
way
your
we see
only
his
option.
little penis.
From the prison command post, I could open a
You
passage
think it's
for
little?
you to the free world. And as
I
for your
mean,
equipment,
he's a little
I'll
guy.
put it in the chest.
And
I don't
probably
know.
That will allow
based
you to
on the
escape
way
to
he
Wilderan.
acts.
Sounds like a horrible plan. So let's do it. It's not like I got any better ideas.
Oh, there we go.
Shrimp dick sticks.
Oh, that's wild.
What?
That's
I didn't say anything.
crazy. Oh,
I
sorry.
didn't say
The
anything.
the energy source that allowed raw quartz to charge itself with power was none other than the gigantic queen of the rabies. Having struck her down, Styx
You have said
retrieved.
that word differently
I know.
each time you said it.
Lisserl is looking for a talking goblin.
Yep.
You think it's this one?
By
I
design.
doubt it. Can you talk, you stupid green turd? No, doesn't seem to.
What if I like scare
Okay
it?
then, you can toss it down the hole.
Stupid green turd. Really?
See you later, stupid turd.
I just wanted to get rid of you. Honestly, it would have been the perfect. Like, I got what I wanted. Oh,
Yummy.
fruit.
Keep in line, scum. Keep it moving there.
Is that a grenade? Naked.
together.
Naked. Naked clones.
The title came true.
Oh my god. Hey man, what's up?
So this is where all those goblins end up. A little cold, and the hatch is low
Warning,
enough for me
look
to
up.
climb up to it.
Yeah, I see it.
Just have to figure out how to open
Die.
it. The control lever must be behind these gates.
Yeah, I see it blows up.
Okay, we still have our stuff. Weirdly enough.
Good. Be kind of annoyed if they took the knife that we literally just got a hold of. That's like really, really good for our playthrough.
Yep.
Is this?
No. It can't be.
No, this can't be. Chad, I already made that reference. Yes. They're not ropes, so they hit you with poison, you die.
Oh.
I'm glad we don't have to see Styx's stick is crazy.
Actually, I don't think I want to know.
But I did make that reference, and Idealist doesn't know what it's from, so we'll be watching that in the Discord again, or just in general, because that's sad.
Oh. There's people up here?
Thank God. But no, it's like, look, golden ropes. No, he didn't understand. It was really fucked up with him.
getting
Oh,
the
thank
hell
God.
out of here. One look at that purgatory and I suddenly want to live forever. Well, Haledrin should be in the command post she talked about.
All right, let's test this theory.
Slightest alarm goes off and that bitch will
Never
leave
mind.
without me.
I wasn't able to test the theory.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable what just happened.
He just turned around. It was like, I smell goblin feet, and then just destroyed me.
Let's test this theory. Gets gored by a beetle.
Honestly, that's the way I would go out. Let's be real. You son of a... Alright, your turn. I wanted to test to see if doing the beetle, that's an
We not? Adios.
Yeah.
We don't have our knives.
Come to us.
We don't have our knives. They took our knives. Adios. Adios, they took our knives from us. That's why you couldn't kill the beetle.
Good to
So
know.
that explains a lot. They took our knives.
Okay, if the orange little circles could stop being orange little circles, that could be great.
Styx in it right now, guys.
Oh right, your smoke is also poisonous. I was wondering what's her deal.
Oh.
Surprising.
What?
What? What? What?
He smelled your ass.
Did I fart? What happened?
No more.
Did my stomach growl? What?
Did you stream that? I want a percentage. On
Get
your best
out of
goblin
here.
Get out of my
death
stream.
Fucking freak.
Get the fuck out. Did you
Get
stream
out
it?
of here.
Bold you too soon. I ain't making money on this stream. Joke's on you.
It's funny.
I'll toss a penny
I'm making like
from the
8
ad revenue.
cents probably
Yeah.
on this stream.
8 cents is a lot for a stream. For me, it's like 3.
Really?
Yeah.
What?
Dead again? Is that your controller in your pocket? Or are you just pleased to see
This might be bad.
Ooh.
That might be a cursed save. Hold.
Okay. Well, I mean, we can. Yeah, we got
I'm
this.
gonna hit B as soon as I load and try to grab the rope. Because that's a wild save.
That's funny.
Why does this game take...
Well,
Oh, it
Haledrin
saved as
should be
soon
in
as
the
you
command
died,
post
so they were
she talked
mad.
Oh,
about.
that's
Every step.
wild.
Slightest alarm goes off and that bitch will leave without me.
Okay, so we don't have our blades.
Okay. Good to know.
Sucks a lot, but it's okay. So we can't kill people. Another stealth mission, which is fine.
I mean, I guess.
We'll get our stuff back at some point.
I mean,
Oh my
that's-
god. I was really hoping when I dropped down, that would kill you.
Oh!
Haledrin will have
We're
to escape
so
on our own.
fucked.
That was smart.
So, about this
Use the
last
signal to
mission.
whatever failed. Okay, gonna do that.
Yeah.
Quick
Yeah.
little reset.
Yeah.
Because that save is fucked. Funny. Thank God
Funny,
it's
but
at the
fucked.
beginning of the level. Where
Right.
We can just reboot.
Lisseril is looking for a talk.
A tall.
A tall, handsome goblin.
Yeah.
So this is where all those goblins end up. A little cold and charming, just like its inhabitants.
Goblins.
I wonder what's going on behind this gate. Oh, nobody told me it was gonna be that kind of a party. And Interesting. Actually,
What was behind the gate?
I want to know.
Oh. Screaming. So we have no blades.
Yep.
Oh my god. Styx decided to throw himself off of the thing and just into the pit in the middle of the room instead of jumping over the rope. So that's kind of a wild choice that he made. We may be in trouble.
An elite soldier guarding a plate.
Yeah, we are in trouble.
They should have just put a sign on it saying, well, Haledrin should be in the command post we talked about.
You stop killing me, and I won't tell anyone what you did with that.
I like the little
apple pie.
complaint on the left side of the screen while we're dead. You did it! You got out of the pit!
You did it!
You did it! Look, watch
Fuck
the
yeah.
save be like right when she turns
It's
around.
gonna be when they catch us. There's no way it's not. Okay.
Okay.
That's doable.
So this is where all those goblins end up. A little cold and charming, just like its inhabitants.
Oh man, I feel like we're gonna be hearing that beginning part a bit.
Oh, about 2 more times probably.
Oh, you can just run through those.
I wonder what's going on.
I accidentally triggered one, and I didn't take any damage.
Nobody told me
The slimy guys?
that kind of a party.
Yeah, the ones that are on the ceiling.
Actually, I don't think I want to know.
They just catch you if you're slow then, I guess.
I almost did what you did last time.
It doesn't want to give you
Perspective.
access to the rope for some reason. Okay, how the fuck do we do this?
Glad to be getting the hell out of here. One look at that purgatory and I suddenly want to live forever. Well, Haledrin should be in the command post she talked about.
Okay.
Watch my step.
There
Slightest
is an
alarm goes
interesting
off and
way
that
to
bitch will
go
leave without me.
that way on the far side, but we have to get past the 2 people. You see the rope over there on the wall?
Oh. Oh, okay.
Getting
back.
over there is gonna be
It's gonna be fine.
tricky.
We're gonna be fine.
Fear eats at your heart.
It's gonna be tricky.
It's gonna be fine. We just wait for her to go to the other side. The issue was by the time I jumped over there, she was looking directly at me.
That's fair.
Soon Lizral will destroy you.
Oh, looking. There's a buggy.
Okay, I'm gonna need you to. There you go.
The blade of Lizral will destroy him. Lizral is an
I, by jumping over to it, ran into a pot, and it alerted everyone.
That's sadly really funny.
Like I stubbed my toe, and it fell over. How are you doing?
Welcome.
Yeah, there's a guy right there. No.
They have a bug with them as well. So be very.
Don't make a smell.
Crazy.
I'm fine.
I'm glad.
Hey guys, I'm alive.
Don't get caught.
To everyone's surprise.
I'm shocked. I can't kill anybody.
Interesting.
Don't get caught. I'm kind of going the way we need to go.
Uh-huh. Hey, is this, like, passable if you... Oh, I know what we need to do.
I see what I'm doing. I think I know what I'm doing.
Okay.
Okay. I'm doing really well.
Hell yeah.
That drawbridge. There's got to be a way to lower it to get out of this hole.
Where
Something tells me
is
the dark elves won't
the
just wade
signal?
me
I don't
through.
see the signal.
Let's firing it. The place will soon be crawling with guards, but at least
I'm here.
the way will be open.
Let's see. Let's look. Don't see anything.
Hey, Dealus?
Yeah.
What was that noise?
Me destroying my clone.
Oh. Okay.
Why?
It sounded insane.
What did it sound like to you?
A loud, echoing scream.
Yeah, don't worry about it.
Oh my god, game. The game just fucked me.
Okay. I hear footsteps.
I was so close.
Are you dead?
No, I jumped to jump up and it didn't track the right way and I just fell off.
Oh, gotcha.
Oh, that's so
Good to know.
sad.
Okay, so why am I up here?
I'm dead.
Alright, I'll get back into a decent spot. I don't know how far you are from me, but it was a significant distance.
I was pretty far. Oh, thank you. And I have no amber, so I can't do anything silly.
Smell of sulfur, vials, herbs, probably an alchemist elf. Damn, I wish I had more pockets.
I tried to assassinate a guy. I forgot I didn't have a knife.
Curious.
Did he really see me? Fuck me. He saw us, but he's kind of a bozo, and he doesn't want to do anything about it.
Oh, gotcha.
What? Do you just not? Okay, he's a pussy.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, you know what they say.
As long as he doesn't alert the guards, we're good.
You are what you eat. Oh!
That's crazy. We need to do the signal.
I don't see the thing, so you're gonna have to.
It was in the other room. I don't see any more.
I see something unique over there. I'm gonna go grab it.
Careful. Oh, you're not that close to me. You're across the wall. It's in your water.
Nothing. Just a bunch of stuff.
Game. You have to stop fucking me.
Ooh, some pure quartz.
Oh, there it is.
Come to Papa.
Whoop!
Scamper, scamper, scamper.
Scamper!
Oh, I killed somebody.
We could have had a gold mercy for
I
the
don't
first
care.
time ever, and you
don't
had to ruin it.
You act like as soon as you get your knives, you're not gonna kill someone.
Well, that's not gonna happen.
Curious?
You will bleed.
You won't see nothing. You won't catch me alive. You won't catch me alive. Oh, ho 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 ho.
I guess you got me killed.
Did I?
Yeah. Oh yeah. You are being extremely silly though.
Whee! Ho ho! Oh.
Dead again? Is that your controller in your pocket? Are you
I
just
hate
pleased
shirtless
to see
Styx coming to berate us. That sucks. Oh, that's funny.
It's very funny. It's unfortunate. It's like half the time I'm like, I don't know where I'm going. I'm just going in a direction. Hey, how you doing?
Okay.
Where are we?
Give
Oh
the
my
signal-
god!
Well,
Yeah, we're at the
Haledron should
start.
be in the command
Give the
post she
signal to
talked about.
Heledry at the top there.
I better
I
watch
don't know
my
if we can
step.
get up there
Lightest alarm goes off, and that bitch will leave
without
me.
going the other way that you were going. That makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
I don't even have like my dart thrower or anything.
Right?
Like that would be so nice to have that.
Okay.
Try to go up to see if we can get over there. Although I'm not sure if we can, sadly.
Okay, I made it up here without causing absolute
Okay,
effing
he's kind of a
chaos.
freak.
Okay.
I was to the right. I guess if you're looking at me, your left area over there, and then I got kind of stuck.
I feel like... Do you think the wall... If I look at you, the wall to my right, is that climbable?
Probably not.
I'm also thinking not. So I'm thinking I need to go here. This room does look climbable. Okay, we're good. Man, we had so many collectibles too.
I know.
That drawbridge. There's got to be a way to lower it to get out of this hole. Something tells me the Dark Elves won't just wave me through. Let's see. A big bell.
All right,
on
I'm
the
gonna be
top
able
of the
to
tower
send,
must
give the
be
signal.
used to sound the changing
Hell
of
yeah.
the guard. Haledron, is that you?
Yes. I'll put your stuff in a chest. It's on the barge that links the prison and Wilderan. That barge is your way out.
Wilderan, the village of the goblin hunters? You've got to be kidding, right?
Don't tell me you're scared of dwarves. For once you've got an opponent your own size.
Dwarves, the goblin hunters? That's wild, honestly.
I think if I jump on this rope, it might pull this bell.
Oh! The bridge went down, so that's huge, actually.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah, good job. How am I gonna get down? Huh. Colonel.
Colonel.
Thank you for putting down the bridge. The Colonel's like eating a sandwich.
Colonel, they took my clothes.
Colonel, they took my knife. I just bought that.
My new knife, Colonel.
Seriously though, I have no idea where I would even... Oh.
Oopsie. You take the rope and you go across. The rope above your head. No, go back to where you are. There's a rope literally right above you.
I didn't look up. Classic gamer mistake.
Classic gamer move.
Now that I'm out of that mess, I still have to find the boarding zone.
It's not good.
It's not good.
What the?
It's getting worse. It's getting worse. It's getting worse somehow. It keeps getting worse.
Don't worry, I got their attention. You'll be fine. I really have a habit of kicking the hornet's nest, don't I?
You do a little bit.
That reminds me of something.
What does that remind you of, Styx? Oh, why is there so many orange now? What?
Because you alerted every single person on the
I guess
map when you were
when
running
I was viewing you, there wasn't orange anywhere. That's why I was like, and then I came out and then there was orange everywhere. It's like, what happened in the last 2 seconds?
Everyone off.
Ah, they saw me die. What's wrong with this person?
He's an alchemist. He has funny little goggles on.
Oh, maybe you're not seeing what I'm seeing. He was like gliding and roboting across the room.
Oh. You're having a connectivity problem.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay.
Alright, booby trap that. So that's good to go.
Where are we?
Nope, wrong one.
Curious.
I want to get this medallion. If he wakes up, I'm turning invisible.
Okay.
Is that you getting caught or is that me getting caught?
That's me putting out some light.
Okay.
Though I almost did just get caught.
You'd better stay alert.
Oh boy. Oh. You good? Don't die on me!
I'm fine. I just got a cold cough.
You're the original! I mean, you're the clone!
Adios, where are we going?
To the barge.
Oh.
Smell
That
of
makes
sulfur,
sense.
vials, herbs. Probably an alchemist elf.
I'm in the barge.
That's fine.
Sure stinks in here. Eledrin, you need to wash those socks more often, girl.
Gross.
Vile creature.
Thus, it is naked as Rakash that Styx went through the goblin prison and managed to sneak into a trunk smelling of feet, traveling into the periphery of Karanga.
Yeah?
Yeah.
What else did that say?
Mostly more about feet. It's kind of weird.
Oh, okay. Weird.
Yeah. It, you know, didn't think it was worth talking about, so it's good that we skip forward with it.
Oh, okay.
We can actually try out our new knives now.
My lovely gear.
Huh.
I missed you
Huh.
so.
Wrong
I've
knife.
never been big on nudity, and it's got nothing to do with
Wrong
the sight
knife?
Of
How do you know?
Oh,
blade.
no, okay. It's the right knife. It's just
Let's
not.
get out of here quick. I can't wait to breathe some fucking fresh air.
It's the right knife.
Okay, where are we going? I don't see nothing. I'm gonna assume up, because I see up everywhere. Maybe the next one will show up for me. Who's to... Oh!
You're fine, you big baby.
No, the game disappeared and then reappeared. It was
You're
bad.
fine, you big baby.
Oh. Let me show you how it's done.
Okay. I'm sure that's done, Bozo. Haha. I tricked you the first time. See if you'd know what you were doing, and you didn't. Oh. Skill box. Da-na, ba, ba, ba.
skill box. Down out.
Give me
We'll do
automatic goblin vision.
Flawless.
Oh, Goblo Vision.
Of course, employs the power of invisibility. Yeah, that one just invisibility twice. I was hoping the other thing for invisibility would be, I don't know, or sneak would be sneak related, not invisibility related.
No, it's just invisibility more.
Yeah, it's just more. It's double invisibility. The other ones are usually pretty half and half, though.
A lot of the stealth stuff is just innate to the game, and the only way to make it better would be to use invisibility.
Oh, we're gonna have trouble sneaking out here.
It says you.
It is broad ass daylight outside.
Wars. Great. Talk about your perfect escape routes.
It is really bright.
Flown by boat or airship. Well, I get airsick and seasick too, so it's gonna be multicolored fun either way. There's an airship from Thobin berthed at this loading dock. Talk about a lucky break.
Oh boy. Nasty boys.
Oh, the goblins. Okay.
Ah, shit. Dwarf.
Oh, dwarf! He smells us?
He's smelling for
Smelling
goblins.
1,000 miles away with that huge honker. And it's clear he doesn't like goblins much.
That's crazy. Jesus.
Going back to Thobin.
Alright,
That's
so
not good.
I'm gonna be sending my
Okay,
exploding clone.
You just got 80 more skill points if you were really close to getting a skill there.
No, honestly, at this point, I don't even know what to send it on. I got everything that I wanted.
Is our dagger also our light gem? No. Weird. It's so bright compared to every other thing we've done.
Right.
Find out about the area. You're so fast.
Thank
I'm
you.
gonna go take another route to see if I can find stuff.
Okay.
Not that I think we're really getting that many points from finding emblems and all that stuff, but it's still nice to have them.
Agreed. Hey, kid, watch out!
That scared the shit out of me. What killed you?
I broke my ankles. I also have, like, no health.
Oh, that's the dwarf down there. Fuck. I was like, what if I aerial kill him so that it breaks my fall? Oh.
Did you do it?
But it's the dwarf. No.
Alright, we're gonna try this again.
This place is really hard to get around.
Okay, that guy's just staring out at me. Just thinking about me. And then what we want. Actually, honestly, we're just gonna drink the health potion.
Yeah, me too. It'll eat like one throwing knife, which is really good.
You good?
Yeah.
Oh gosh.
Here's somebody who wants to get out of here as badly as I do. In exchange for his freedom, he shouldn't complain about a little extra cargo.
Okay.
Oh, you knew the boat?
Got
Or the
some
captain?
info.
Okay, this guy, please
No,
go.
I just got some info.
My guy, just go.
Kill him.
He's looking at me.
Shoot him with a dart.
I don't have any more darts. I had one. And I used it on a bug last time.
Honestly, that is a good use of it. The bugs are impossible to deal with.
Oh. Ooh. Holy shit, that was close.
You or me?
Me.
Right there.
I'll take care of it.
Okay. Oh, that's unfortunate. Just looking where you're at when you're near me. That's why I said that's unfortunate.
I want to get up there. Oh no.
See, I assumed we were heading to the airship where it's just like, oh, what a lucky break. Cool. So I was heading in that direction. But
Looks like you're pretty good at hide and seek.
I am, thank you. He's like, where? Oh, was that
my
a
god, I hit
dwarf?
the wrong button.
You picked a bad time to die.
I did. I hit the wrong button. I was being so sneaky. Reminder,
Sniffy.
you can turn. Reminder, you can turn invisible in the barrel.
I thought I was being a little more stealthy.
Idealist.
There's an intruder. Be on your guard. There's an intruder. Keep your eyes open.
Didn't matter.
You talk, you know, I see you, filthy rat. Got you now. That's how you get rid of scum. Let's make a deal. You stop killing me, and I won't tell anyone what you did with that apple pie.
Okay, that spot that I jumped down into was a bad spot to jump down into. The guy literally was like parked up, staring at a wall. I was between him and the wall, and he just stayed there. It was
I
fair.
found a really good spot. I just simply hit the B button because I'm really stupid. I'm really silly.
Well, you just started gaming, so it makes sense.
Oh my god. I'm gonna kill you.
I'm gonna beat you to death.
I'm gonna beat you to death with hammers. Holy shit.
Death by a girl with a wolf cut.
Yeah.
Let's do, honestly,
Death
we're
by
just
30 to 40 wild hogs. I'm being so sneaky right now. Oh my god.
oh my god.
Like, oh my god, I'm being so sneaky.
Okay, we're gonna go this way. All I wanted to do was just dismantle
Skiff is here, but if ever I'm too
a bell.
wait until I wake up if you don't want to end up wrecked.
I'm
on the
getting in
reefs.
trouble
This guy's
everywhere.
a real charmer.
Let me know if you
I'll
did.
Take him with me in the skiff. He should be able to get me out of the city without any problems.
Okay, that's a good way to go this way. Okay, good to know, good to know.
I was being so good at the video game. Anyway, I got the letter that told us where to go. The captain is on the other side of the map.
Okay.
Hey, what's up? I definitely didn't fuck up.
Okay, cool.
I don't have any more amber.
Anybody have it? This one is mine. Oh, is that what?
That's not good. Hey, Idealist.
Yeah.
That's not good.
What do you mean?
I had a crazy view of that.
Did you see me fall?
Yes.
Hell yeah. Did we at least get a little?
I saw your
little-
body plummet from the ship.
Wait, how did we kill an enemy? Hold on.
I poisoned something.
Oh, okay. Anyway, did at least a notification pop up around here or no?
No.
I guess not. What?
Both,
Then what?
both
Why
of
did?
both of the objectives are on the other side of the map.
Then why did they even point it out in the cutscene at the beginning of the level if there wasn't
Because
important?
we gotta do stuff to leave.
He said, "Look how lucky we are."
We gotta find the captain, and we gotta take him, carry him over to the boat. Anyway, I'm jumping for this rope here.
How did you make that? That is crazy.
I missed the rope.
You missed the rope, but like, you survived. I didn't think you were
I
gonna.
landed where I grabbed something when I landed. So it didn't count as landing on your feet, which would have killed me. Don't attempt what I just did. It was incredibly lucky.
I might. I'll think about it.
Really? You're just gonna hang out right there? What if you took a nap in your full plate mail?
We've got you now.
Dude, there's probably a way to like put on plate mail in a way where you can like lock it in, and you can just stand there and like fully relax your body and just go to bed.
Mm-hmm.
That'd be awesome.
Well, he shot me through a wall.
Oh, you're like dead.
Yeah. Hey, how you doing?
Hey, man. So, the drunk captain is in here.
Uh-huh.
But it also says find the captain over there.
Alright, I'll go over here if you want to.
I'm going to do the quote-unquote find the captain first, because I'm worried that it's bugging out a little bit.
Oh.
Yeah.
I think it means that it was like, hey, we should probably get a better captain.
The captain sucks regardless, I think.
Cool.
He's the one imprisoned. This is a good way to get around, though.
Well, let me look at the drunk captain then. Oh, this is why.
Ah, here's the captain of the
He's dead.
club. Sleeping like a big baby on its mama's tit.
Oh, he is sleeping. His back is broken on my screen, but okay.
Allow me to suck here.
Oh, is that the
Impossible for these rookies to get through the reefs.
He's like whispering in my ear, and it really sucks.
You don't like drunk captain ASMR?
No, it's really bad.
Put him in the boat. Okay. Come here, big boy.
I have to stop hitting the wrong button. You would think after 4 hours of playing the game, I wouldn't be eating shit by hitting B, but
you would
here we
think.
are. Wow, it's okay. I just started gaming, or whatever Idealist said. Fucking kill him.
The ownership title of an airship in the name of Ephraim Fisher? Well, that old scumbag. What's he doing in Wilderland?
Idealist, you missed a
This
lockpick
document could prove useful.
and a emblem in this room.
Interesting.
You need to open your eyes when you see. Idealist, the boat captain wants to be over here, apparently.
I know, but I have to carry him, and I can't do that through a window.
Oh. Huh. Weird. The goblin slappers. I'm gonna say something that's gonna get us killed.
Okay, cool.
I thought the dwarves would be worse.
I agree. Also, the game is bugged. I can't pick up the captain anymore. I opened the door and now I can't interact with the guy.
I might be able to.
Okay.
So we'll have to see how that works in a minute.
Okay. I'll head towards your direction then. Nothing I could do here. Oh, perfect, actually.
Oh, come on, game.
And you.
Ooh, having the pathing being shown without having to be in Amber Vision is really, really nice.
Mm-hmm. Anything else around here? I'm using my eye because apparently I should. Let's see. Maybe I should get the sense objects because I seem to be missing a lot. Let's see. I want to go up there. Oh, okay, perfect.
taking a sippy. No! It killed him and it broke the amber vial on his belt that I wanted. Fuck my chud life. Fuck my chungus ass life.
Styx! My favorite talking goblin. Damn, what are you doing here?
And you, Ephron, you old scumbucket. Please don't tell me you started selling goblins now.
Is this the same voice actor as the pirate from SpongeBob?
Explain everything. You
No.
disappeared from Thoban, and
The pirate from SpongeBob is SpongeBob's voice actor.
Lost without you. I
Really?
did what I could to survive.
Oh no, you're right. You're totally right. You're totally
That's the
right.
joke.
Yeah, that's really funny.
No,
You're gonna
I
get an
don't think so at all.
infection if you lick my ass any harder. However, I'm willing to let bygones be bygones if you take me back to Thoban.
With pleasure. Just free me and get back the ownership title to my airship from the suite of the inn.
Done. Already done.
Come on, move your ass now.
Well done. We'll meet under the inn. It'll be quiet there.
We can't do a thing without the title of ownership. Looks like we're not leaving Wilderan anytime soon.
Watch
I
out.
literally picked it up
This is
earlier.
crawling with dwarves. Given your smell, they'll sniff you out in no time. But what's more, I heard the dwarves talking outside the inn about something that could help you.
My smell? What the hell is wrong with my smell?
He really liked you, huh?
He really did.
Deal the pass. Okay, good. We already have the thing. I was worried that we sequence broke it and it was gonna get mad.
I mean, there's a solid chance.
It's bugged before multiple times.
Yeah. We could be bugged now with the drunk captain. Like, it's literally...
It's true. Okay, we have to put drunk captain in boat. Still, apparently, which I don't think is gonna happen.
We'll see.
I'll try and grab him.
What, Jack? This
Dang
one
it.
is mine. Here.
Oh. Good use of a health potion, idealist. This is why I don't drink health potions. What's the point?
But what's the point? I die anyways. Hey, what's up, man?
I'm bad again.
This isn't possible. Where did he go?
Is this the drunk captain's room? What is this? Yeah, it is.
You're as stupid as an empty beer mug. Those humans were reaching for their money bags.
What?
Are you serious?
Did he catch you or catch me? I'm really far away
No,
from
it's me. Are you serious?
Huh. Why? Oh, they're dwarves.
I went pretty close. It wouldn't. It said I wasn't spying on them. So then I went closer, and then they smelled me. What do they want from me?
They want to smell you.
Literally was like, wasn't close, too close, and I'm like, all right, cool. That was like a foot, but all right.
Who we've got you now, Goblin?
Maybe.
Yeah, it's fine.
It's fine.
It's fine.
No, please can't. That's when we drink health potions, by the way. Because that all would have killed me otherwise. Ow. Let's do this.
Where did he go?
You and I remember how games work. To another 4 up.
Let's try to stay sharp. What the?
How? I'm in the dark. How are you seeing me from across the way in the dark?
Smells you.
I smell you.
An ancient reference.
I love it though.
To a bygone era.
Let's try to stay sharp.
Perfect.
Still the character
The
in that
chest
room.
loading for Thobin. Hide yourself inside, and I'll get you to your destination.
What, another chest? It's becoming like a theme in this game.
What?
Put the drunk captain in the boat and hide in the chest on the boat.
I've got bad news, Idealist.
What?
You broke him.
Let's just go to the chest on the boat and see what happens.
Yeah. I mean, we could also probably just leave him behind.
What?
I
don't know.
think we need him. I have no idea. If it breaks it, it breaks it. It's whatever. Kind of annoying, but it is what it is. Well,
Oh.
that's...
Did you see me glitch?
No. What happened?
I went to jump out of the well. It alerted everybody, and then I was just on the bottom of the well dead. In one frame.
Oh. Oh. You are having weird connectivity issues this time.
I very much am. I'll let you know when the VOD is so you can see. I do be dying.
It's okay.
Couldn't find anything. He must have left.
I like we're going up to where I was before.
Yeah, you went too fast.
Man, if I had a nickel.
Holy shit.
Fast as fuck, boy. Luckily, since we already went up here, I kind of already know the direction. I think it might be better to go into the cave and see what's over here.
I hope that the drunkard captain is not like an objective, like a necessary objective. Hey man, what's up?
Hey.
Holy shit.
What?
I don't know why. Oh, someone might have found the dead body I left down there.
That would do it.
Because they're all yellow. None of them have been red.
Yeah, I heard the distant dinging, and I was like, "What?"
Yeah.
It just timed perfectly with me rolling. I was like, "What?"
Yes, it did. I was worried that you had. I'm like, there's no way you rolling somehow got us caught.
What the fuck?
There's no fucking way.
Why does this game like me?
It hates you today.
All right, I'm hiding in the chest. You ready?
Oh, if you can send it, send it. Let's go. Excellent. Good job.
I don't know what the drunk guy was about.
I don't know.
Oh,
It was kind
yeah.
of whatever.
Come to sunny Korengar. Visit its charming prison. Enjoy a stroll through its delightful torture gardens. And learn new and unusual ways to die from its psycho high priestess, Thobin. I'm coming, baby.
What did the guy
Maybe
say
you should
about the
become a
thing
tour guide.
we wanted from
Go
the
easy on the
dwarves?
chummy stuff. I haven't forgotten that you're involved in
did we miss something
trafficking
important?
goblins.
I don't know.
Fuck. I'll look at unlockables later that we potentially missed.
Okay. It's our best score so
700
far.
SP is really good.
We actually did a good
That was
job.
also we also did that mission really fast.
Yeah.
So I feel like there might have been a thing in there.
Where is my amber?
My soldiers made off with the loot.
No, they betrayed us. What the
Fucking
fuck?
deserters. Fucking quats.
Put on a dress.
Okay.
The inns are always short of whores.
What?
Holy shit.
Why the fuck would he say that?
Mad.
All I can grab Jack's stiff.
They also betrayed her.
End
Like,
story.
she's in there too.
Mad.
Are they?
No, He called her a
What?
whore for no reason. That's what I'm
You
saying.
want to question them?
I'm guessing that the amber is long gone. I'll start with some good old-fashioned revenge.
They've gone into smuggling in Thoban.
Perfect. For once, it's on my patch.
I summon you. Idealist.
All right. Okay. Let's see what happens. Okay. Cool. This is not what I was seeing. I was on the bottom of the level. I was like, you sure?
That's where they keep you before they summon you.
Oh yes, of course. So we can craft some more
Healing potions.
healing potions. Skills.
Yeah, I don't know. Skills do I want?
Yeah. Oh, omniscience. Here we go. Oh, also, where's the object one? Yeah. Give me the object one. In fact, give me all of them. There we go. I'm fully sensed up.
Whoa, he's sensing.
Yeah, I'm so.
I make so much less noise now.
Hell yeah. Yeah, I definitely got. I took the entire right tree of that.
It's really good. It helps a lot. The fall damage one, especially, is really helpful.
Mm-hmm.
Because we are always at really, really, really low health, based on multiplayer. So
I would love to put down traps and be the trap little goblin, but damn, is it the super expensive material-wise to actually make a single trap?
Yeah,
it's so not worth it.
Yeah.
It's not.
I can see for single player it being like slightly worth it.
Yeah.
But for this one, we were carrying materials the whole game.
Yep.
It's not good. Anyway, I think we're done for tonight.
We got like 4 done. It was very
did.
very solid.
We did 3 missions? 3, 4, 5?
3, 4, 5. We're on 7, I thought. Are we not?
Oh god, no! I think that was mission 5.
Oh.
I mean, I can literally check. Yeah, that was mission 5.
Gotcha. I would check too, but it says the host can only do it. So
side quests: spy on the dwarves, steal the formula. We missed something.
If you want to go back and have us do us again, like next week, we can.
No. I would rather just have us do it off stream.
Okay, that's fine.
Oh, we also missed the pure quartz. Fuck. Okay, we'll be redoing that level off stream.
Okay.
I think at some point, just a quick little thing. But yeah, thanks for playing.
No problem.
This is a very silly game.
It's so fun. It's very, very fun. All right.
Big stretch.
Yeah. We'll be heading off then Twitch. Have a good night, everybody.
Bye-bye.
Thank you for joining us. See ya. Bye-bye.
Have a good night. Stay warm. It's going to be cold or whatever.
Yeah. See ya.
Bye.